Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Skyhigh Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Skyhigh Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last Super Sunday of the PMSL SEA Summer League. And now I'm here with Team Secret, Jang 19. This is right? Say hello.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Trắng 19 đến từ Team Secret.
Hello everyone, my
How you
name
say
is
hello again?
Xin chào.
Xin chào. Today is your first time playing the Super Sunday and your last chance to advance to the grand finals. What is your target point for today?
Hôm nay là lần đầu tiên mà team mình được thi đấu ở vòng Super Sunday ấy, và cũng là cơ hội cuối cùng để team mình có thể vượt vào được vòng chung kết ấy. Thì số điểm mà em muốn đạt được ngày hôm nay là bao nhiêu?
Đội em thì sẽ cố gắng đạt được 40 điểm trở lên trong ngày hôm nay.
We will try our best to get like more than 40 points today.
14 points?
40. Yes.
Oh, okay. 40 points.
Yes.
So maybe you will get like 3 winner chicken dinners at least. Two. Okay. You have faced a lot of challenge throughout these 3 weeks. How has the team adapted its strategy to overcome this obstacle? And how will you apply this learning today?
Team mình đã gặp rất là nhiều khó khăn trong 3 tuần thi đấu vừa rồi ấy, thì không biết là team mình đã điều chỉnh chiến thuật như thế nào để có thể vượt qua được những khó khăn đấy, và sẽ áp dụng những cái thay đổi đấy như thế nào vào ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
Thì team em có điều chỉnh chiến thuật từ tuần 3 là bọn em sẽ lút nhanh và đi tâm bo. Hôm nay bọn em sẽ duy trì lối bắn đấy ạ.
I think for week 3 we change our strategy to like we try to loot the items as fast as possible and move to the center of the circle, and we will still keep that strategy today.
Okay, hope the circle follow you. Hope you can get the circle all the time. Can you share with us how do your team give each other encouragement for today's match? Share some words to your teammates.
Không biết thì hôm nay đội mình đã cổ vũ nhau như thế nào trước ngày thi đấu, và em có một lời gì muốn gửi cho đồng đội của mình ngày hôm nay hay không?
Đội em thì đã đập tay nhau và động viên nhau. Thì em muốn gửi đến những người đồng đội của em là mọi người hãy cùng nhau cố lên.
I think we just high five and like try to cheer ourselves up, and then I want to say to my teammates that let's try our best to win the game today.
How you cheer up your team? Could you show us?
Em cổ vũ đồng đội như thế nào, em có thể cho mọi người thấy được không?
Mọi người cố lên.
Okay, everyone fighting.
Shouting again.
Lại lần nữa.
Mọi người cố lên.
Yes.
Thank you, Team Secret. Sang 19 to join us for the interview. And now it's time for our first game. Now let's go to the caster decks.
And here we go into the Super Sunday of the PUBG Mobile Super League. And my name is Contra. Here with me is Choo Choo, as we are going to be going for our final hurdle of week 3. And sadly, we had to say goodbye to some teams coming into our run yesterday, and certain teams will not be qualifying into the grand finals. But here we are for the teams that have been able to make it through the last chance of hurdle, and now they will need to bring in a whole lot of points like Team Secret.
Yeah, but speaking of a team that just joining in their first ever Super Sunday this week, we do have a couple of them, maybe a handful, I would say. Team Secret will be one of them. Definitely they have a lot of work to do, because we do know the best number to beat right now probably is going to be 46 points. They manage, if they can put Zerja down, which Zerja is not playing yet today, they didn't qualify for the last Super Sunday, then they do have a shot at getting themselves into the grand finals, because Zerja did score first week and second week Super Sunday, but they will miss when it comes to the final week here. Also another team which will be TODAK, pretty much in the same boat as Team Secret. And yeah, only these two, I guess, for now, that actually just joining their first ever Super Sunday.
Yeah, and lo and behold, these are your teams that have been able to qualify throughout the course of your week 3. So we'll be having teams such as Alter Ego, The Savior, Yudo Alliance, TALON Esports, BTR, Vampire Esports, Boom Esports, as well as TODAK joining the fray.
And PEA, Sam 19, Flash, Team Secret, and NKT. But when it comes to comparison, IQOO and Infinity, I love this comparison. These two teams are very close when it comes to gameplay.
Indeed, and when we take a look at how it has been going so far for RRQ on some of the runs that they had through the course of the week, they have looked fantastic. They've always gone for some high volume of frags, and they're definitely going to go for more, as Mepetko has been the main man for RRQ.
I do wish one day we get to compare between Tourniquet and Tourniquet, just because we can, between the OG and the Imposter. But when it comes to Nepeko and Tourniquet, yes, I agree. When it comes to playstyle, we have to give it more aggressive on Nepeko's side. But Tourniquet, he's pretty much balanced on both. Just to recap what really happened now, unfortunately, we don't have Roy playing here this time. And unfortunately, multiple times when RIQ versus Roy in the last chance stage, they happen to be meeting on top of Ruins. And this is going to be yesterday's game recap for you guys.
That's right. And there's just so much commotion that went on into all these bigger maps. And RRQ, you can see that they're always battle ready when it comes down to close quarter combat. And this is why they are definitely revered as one of the best teams from Indonesia. And the Petco definitely have got some solid clutch to show us.
When it comes to clutch, there's also a lot of multiple clutches yesterday. It was an amazing day indeed yesterday, but the circuit has been really rough for the players, extremely torturing the players when it comes to the entire day here yesterday. When it comes to even down to Miramar, it was pretty difficult, but Sanhok circuit was one of the toughest one of them all starting off yesterday. I don't know about today, but yesterday the Infinity scored double chicken back to back, despite the circuit was super tough.
Yeah, and it really seemed like the Infinity had finally found that rhythm once again, and hopefully this will basically turn up with good results here in the Super Sunday, which we finally see all of them get activated. And I'm pretty sure that they're looking forward to really add some points on the block. But here we are, as we take a look at our weekly rankings. It was the Savior that has triumphed throughout the course of the run, alongside with Boom, Alter Ego, as well as FaZe Clan. So these are the points that have been gathered up throughout the past 2 weekends of the Super Sunday. Meanwhile, 7 teams, of course, may have had some struggles, such as Vampire Esports on the first week, but on second week, they got themselves 41 points to be able to at least stack up. Now, this is where things get heated up, because they need to qualify to the grand finals by overtaking teams like Boing Donkey.
Now, we did mention before regarding TODAK and Team Secret's position. They pretty much didn't have any Super Sunday before, so the numbers to beat is going to be 26 when it comes to today. But don't forget about NKT. They're still in the Super Sunday and they scored themselves just at 17th place. But starting off as usual, we're going to start our day with Sanhok, triple Erangel and double Miramar. But so far, the circle has been insane. Starting from our last day of group stage, you were with us that time, right? And then yesterday seems to be following up the same pattern. Now, don't know when it comes to the last Super Sunday here, because it's so crucial. Everything can change for literally the career path of the players.
Yeah, and I believe that teams would be maybe a little extra careful, especially if they are at risk of elimination. So those teams who are definitely vying to get a lot of points, they're just gonna go for a lot of all these battles, just as usual day in South Sanok. But when we take a look at teams, like you said, Team NKT, this is their second chance on the Super Sunday. They need to ensure that teams like TODAK don't overtake them.
Yep, and speaking of not just the bottom teams that still have the struggle here, we do have to mention regarding the head start points when it comes to the grand finals. I do have 3 teams down there, but I cannot squeeze in another more. If only we have 4, then I'm probably going to squeeze in Alter Ego as well, because the Xavier's Boom and Alter Ego is going to be the race who get themselves the most head start points, 30 points, and then so much different to second place of head start points. It feels like it's not worth it to place yourself second, especially if it's going to be 1 point difference by the end of the day. So it's going to be a tough fight for the top 3 up there, but not forgetting the bottom as well. We talked about 14th, 15th and 16th place seem to be open for the teams like NKT, TODAK, as well as Team Secret.
Yeah, and these are the teams that, especially NKT, they definitely need the points the most. And when we take a look at this week's performances, I think that Yudo Alliance 7-9 coming from Malaysia, they definitely look to be in a really hot form to score chicken dinners. Now, I did put a lot of big names like Boom because, you know, the drill, Boom Esports, like, they sometimes don't even need the chicken dinner to roll, but we definitely do expect them to score really high points heading into this run.
I agree. Now, just for the sake of entertainment, okay, I'm just going to zoom in my camera a bit so we can have the same size here. But you know what? I just missed that photo anyway. But yeah, later maybe we can actually do that. But speaking of which, yeah, I agree. When it comes to getting that 16th spot now, put yourself in the thought that Wondonkey is not playing. They're literally at 16th spot. Zeja's not playing as well. They're at 14th spot. PEA, BARUZ, which they pretty much, if they score enough, more than 45 points, it's going to be 100% for them to get into the grand finals already. Now it's down to the teams like NKT, TODAK, especially TODAK and Team Secret. They've never been in any Super Sundays before. They don't have any reserve point prior to this Super Sunday. So it's going to be rough and tough, but who can make it till the top 16 by end of today? Let's head into our first map of the day, Sanhok.
I hope all of you are having a beautiful time as we kick off our first run inside of Sanok here for our Super Sunday. The flight path is going to be pretty okay to start off with from the south side heading into the north, so good access into the Alpha Islands is going to be seeing certain teams to be going directly into the islands, whereas it's Sanok anyways, we're going to see them going for a wide drop, as we might actually see some early scuffles heading into the mainland. But for the teams that just joined in, teams like TODAK as well as Team Secret, this is definitely going to be a tough ordeal when it comes down to how they will basically make the cut, needing at least 46 points to overtake Sersha.
My eyes on to Boom right now, because Infinity, we do know they love to be on the northern side, or just around Cow, probably just on the northern side of Paradise Resort. The Xavier's 100% going to be a Paradise Resort place. FaZe Clan taking a boot camp, but Team Secret, on the other hand, yeah, first Super Sunday being greeted warmly by the hands of PEA.
Wow, what a hit start for PEA as well. But a really rough run, especially we just had the boys on stage for the interview. It definitely does not leave any form of a sweet note onto how they really want to start off their first ever Super Sunday. But PEA, this is a team that has been on a hot form yesterday, scoring some really massive rounds, and now see themselves another lifeline into the Super Sunday. as they are going to be fighting to stay afloat. Now, PEA, can they do it? We will see within these 6 maps to play. But for some of the teams that have already qualified for all 3 Super Sundays, I think it's safe to say that they have already qualified, as Trexie is the one that gets the first blood.
But for PA, they're not that safe either. I'm talking about they're pretty much in the... It's best to solidify your slot into the grand finals, right? Regardless of how you probably have the highest possibility to get into the top 16, but they did miss one Super Sunday before. So this is going to be crucial for them to get themselves as much point as possible. And regarding yesterday, when it comes to the last chance stage, we see a bit of a change of rotation, again, and strategy and gameplay coming up from the side of PEA. They did play a bit more center when it comes to the circle. If you compare it with during their group stage league, they pretty much play a bit safer, a bit later. Now, there's a change of wind when it comes to PA's strategy right now. I do want to see, will they actually play the same just like how they did yesterday, or will be back to their classical strategy of, you know, take their own sweet time playing around the edge of a circle?
Yeah, it really depends. It really seemed like the way to go throughout the course of the week is to really take the direct center to take control of things. And KT also having their first visit here to the Super Sunday, now getting caught off by Razy. Oh boy. It really feels like the ones that are playing the Super Sunday for the first time doesn't really feel too familiar with the surroundings just yet.
Speaking of the others, Vampires on the other hand, take their own sweet time. Other than AKT, do have a bit of a long-range shot just now. I think it's going to be okay for them if they can revive their teammate. Team Secret on the other end, they're not going to do more damage after they crossing path against PA. But speaking of PA, is a different story. I think they are passing through Paradise Resort, hence they're actually going against these Xaviers, or actually just meeting up. Yep, they actually meet up across Paradise Resort. They should have known by now there'd be a couple of teams crossing by or just going through Paradise Resort, including Infinity. Yesterday, Infinity has been insane. What a scary performance coming up from the side of the Infinity yesterday. I don't know if they will bring that sort of momentum here and carry forward until today or not, but it's going to be a bit of still on the other side. FaZe Clan steals away the knockdown on PA just now.
Oh boy, it really seems like these teams are already going in as vultures so early into this matchup. And I just realized what I said earlier, right? It's actually NKT's second time into the week, just that they really do need those points. Now they're already being tagged up by multiple teams needing to face off. FaZe Clan is coming up close and personal against the rest of the members of PEA. Big nades coming from Mela to open things up in this fight.
Things seem to be a bit shaky for PEA. Trexie once more being knocked down. Kiddo might be spotted out. PEA, they are in trouble. We talk about it in the center of attention by all the teams. I'm waiting Infinity to join in the rest of the team. They're eyeing out to the rest of PEA. Now, these Xaviers and FaZe Clan slowly taking out one by one. Limb by limb, they're losing members here for PEA. Down to only Mizi. Only have one rock to cover himself. But Mizi, it won't be long when he's been discovered by Omzan. That DBS already in hand. Going ring around the rosy, trying to bait him out. Here comes the jump shot. PA, unfortunately, just got one, but at least it didn't end up with a 0.
Oh boy, and here comes the Savior also looking to clean up shop. The rest of FaZe Clan, they're all being damaged. Morgan's already down. There's no time for revive. As we see, Anson's trying to get a little bit more cover, but will be clipped by Nate the moment he hops right behind the rock. FaZe Clan needing to find ways to get out of this situation, whereas the rest of DX, they're looking to push through on the weakened side of FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, Mela have to open up the angle. It's going to be pivotal for the rest of the team. If they can actually turn the table around, it'll be a different fate there. But Ventura is the one actually crossed all the way downtown, shooting down on these Xaviers. Lamborghini on his knees, but they can actually revive him if they want to. DBS on all the players' hands, knowing the fact there's going to be only the smoke cover themselves between them and the other side of the team, while Mela trying to find an opening from the flank side. If you can actually just open the angles even further for the side of FaZe Clan, they do have a bit more space, but the pressure coming up from these Xaviers tremendously slowly have to slow down on FaZe Clan's momentum. Venturus, if he needs to pick up one of his members, yes, the support fight is pretty great from his view, but he couldn't reach out if they need his help to revive.
Yeah, but that pickoff early on was vital for FaZe Clan to stay alive. That really looked so sticky for players like Onsens because they were really tagged up. Now it's going to be a full reset, 4 versus 4. So the Saber is going to be pulling back. They don't seem like they really want to overcommit because they couldn't really spot out the position of Ventoris coming in from such a long flank angle. But we take a look at the other side. FaZe Clan really had a strong start with 4 points. Boom has already picked up 1. Meanwhile, the rest of TODAK is coming from this far south. The coast should be clear because the last I checked, TODAK, when they were moving into the map, they took the entire area of caves and it's all emptied out. So it should be a very clean passage as we will see how they will be maneuvering around. Meanwhile, this circle, I tell you, it's still undecided between all 3 land.
High chance it might end up on Chem Alpha there as well. Pretty rough if the players have to cross over the other side. There's only a couple of teams on top of Chem Alpha right now. If they hold their ground, they possibly have the biggest advantage by the end of the day. But the rest of them, there's so many choke points down there. Narek seems to be one of the teams that's still being stopped, denied their entry into the circle on the southern side. RQ trying to save Hexas on the ground, bleeding out. 7-9 U-High shot down on Hexas just now, but he's trying to just eliminate him and translate into 1 point, but it won't be as easy as it seems.
Meanwhile, on the side of the Muter Lions, Jimmy has spotted out 2 members out of the Team Secret. U-High, although being low, they do have the high ground here to hold. As you got depth here to give some really good cover, while Luya's going to be able to find the angle against No Mercy. Members down to the side of RRQ. And they are all scattered apart, leaving only 1 behind.
7-9. A bit frustrated the fact they couldn't spot the rest of RQ members. That's only with 2 of them. Nepego cannot be saved, leaving only Snape left now. Snape definitely knows he's going to play the survival game down there. But 7-9, it's not wise for them to overextend this fight, knowing the fact that they couldn't chase down Snape, who's actually already got himself in the inner side of a circle, so they have to rotate now. But maybe it's not a bad choice either if they want to go down and just trying to find the last member of RRQ, since he's already inside of a circle.
Yeah, and RRQ, they just really have to take things a little bit slower this time around. They could easily just, like I said, put a really good hold on to those area of play and then look for an alternative route. Meanwhile, not so much for the side of Senpai. It seems like he's going to be tagged up from the rest of 7-9. Nowhere to hide inside of the shack. RQ with an early elimination, even despite yesterday's great haul of points. So 7-9 here is also joining the ranks with FaZe Clan here to start off with 4.
Alright, unfortunately, I have to break the news for you, Contra. They didn't do well for the entire week of week number 2. I don't know what happened to them. Seems like they have internal issues or miscommunication, but it seems like the team is not syncing up. They're not moving as a unit for week number 3. And the side of Boom, I don't know about today, but they do have some ups and downs when it comes to week number 3 as a total. But maybe they'll surprise us when it comes to this Super Sunday, or even they're just reserving their tactics for the grand finals because they know for a fact they will be in the grand finals. But it's going to be fun to watch the Xaviers versus Boom, because these 2 teams will go for the fight for the head start points later for the grand finals.
Indeed. Some of the top dogs here meeting up early, supposedly. Still a good covering distance between both Boom as well as DX, but Nate has been absolutely careful. I believe that he's already gotten a lot of vital information, not only on to members of DX, but also NKT. Speaking of which, it's Mr. Joe that surprises Yummy Mate the moment he sets foot out of those rocks and then get caught out. So that's going to be 2 members down. Pondbit also getting caught out, and Janos is just doing such a great work feeding off those info.
And Katie and the Xaviers both are boxing down Boom Esports at this current time, with Mr. Joe finish off 1 member that being knocked down before. But this is very decisive circle indeed when it comes to the next few stages. It's still a 50-50, I won't say 50-50, make it a 30%, 33.3 Infinity 3, 33.3 to 33.3% of each of the islands by now. But Boom, unfortunately, ending their run for the Sanok pretty early.
Yeah, it really seemed like they really have nowhere to go. Like you say, they were boxed in from DX all the way to NKT. And NKT definitely got the best of it so far. They only lost Triple F. But boy, I didn't expect Boom to start off like this at all.
It's no surprise. They always drop the Sanhok map. I guess they don't really like Sanhok as much. They just want to be done with it because that's what happened in every single Sanhok map. But for TALON, it seems to be a bit of exchange between TALON and IQOO Alliance. Bit smoke up vehicle. This is not going to be the best vehicle to use by Jimmy. Very risky with BTR across the other side of a river. And got himself the compounding covers, but we do see a couple of pick off here and there by the other teams on the outskirts of the circle, while Infinity and NKT will take the rotation very late compared to all the others.
Yeah, it really looked like a desperate attempt coming in from the side of IQOO Alliance to directly book into the direct center, and by doing so, they lost 2 members. Now they will really have to deal with the situation where a BTR is just across the bridge. And over onto the hill side, we do see TALON Esports as well. We will expect a lot more teams to be moving around this vicinity. As we've already taken a good look at the circle, it's basically in the direct center of all 3 spots. 33.33, and a lot more numbers to follow by. So, BTR, they're definitely looking very healthy to put up a solid hole to whoever is cutting across.
And KT Sport Team Secret, there's also another team that will be a 3-way battle between those teams just now. Team Flash, surprisingly, taking the blue zone, trying to open up their flank, probably, or maybe they just want to gain some sort of information or just try to retrieve their vehicle from the back. But these Xavier's been shot down by Team Flash from the other side, and these Xavier's in trouble. We thought Boom was the only one team that seems to be targeted by the teams, but unfortunately, same goes for these Xavier's. Both top teams in the overall league point seems to be having some rough time in Sanhok.
Yeah, this is Joe holding from the outside. Like can try to drop in those grenades, but they're playing by the blue side. And NKT will have another member being knocked down. Team Secret holding down the fort really well despite only having 2 members. And now NKT, they're gonna be in a role of struggle. Look at how far they are. It's gonna be hard because they need to pull through. And they gotta go through all these other teams other than Team Secret. There's FaZe Clan around the corner, there's TALON, and many more to go.
Not just that, BTR got himself the center. I'm not surprised if BTR managed to hold the chicken and hold their ground. They actually just finished off with the chicken here, based on how many choke points they are in the center of the circle with the bridges in their view, by the way. So it's pretty much straightforward for BTR to shoot anybody down if they want to swim over or just cross over the bridges. But the rest of the team have to figure out how to just sneakily just creep into the circle. But speaking of Team Flash, well, they're being not so sneaky as spotted by Alter Ego. Rosemary, as usual, he loved those long range taps coming up from his side, but the rest of Alter Ego is a bit splitted off from Rosemary for the time being.
And speaking of which, they immediately catch him off guard as well. Cord tries to pull off a last stand here, as 2 of the members have already fallen through. There's so little cover left for the side of Team Flash. He will secure the top fraggers of Alter Ego first and foremost. Rosemary down for the cow. Meanwhile, Boyshield as well as Elva a little late on this push. Nevertheless, will be able to secure 1 more point onto Batman.
Team Flash, Quanti, the last player standing here in front for the rest of Team Flash. The rest of them still not quite near, around 100 meters apart, possibly less than that. Probably just 80 meters, but they need to make sure that they can cover fire to a side of Conti. Definitely they will, but if Conti being knocked down with a nade, that's going to be a trouble for their front line of Team Flash. Alter Ego still trying to collect any sort of information as much as they can. While Kwang being shot from afar, the backside of Team Flash now knocked down and will not be able to give the support fire as they hope they would be.
Yeah, it's just so rowdy in this Sanok match. There's fights everywhere on the map as we keep seeing the feet rolling. Meanwhile, we go back into the side of FaZe Clan. They are stuck here by the waters as the rest of TALON is closing onto them. Very tough angle, but Norman's getting that covered up as well. Meanwhile, Red FaZe tries to push through to seek out any form of members hiding by the waters. Misery coming from the back as well. Norman now dealing with the situation all alone, and he gets it. But the far flank coming in, it's Axel that catches him off guard.
FaZe Clan Well, they can revive with so many structures in between. They have those rocks to cover themselves, but quite a plain sight for Axel there. Finish off. Moment one knockdown is spotted out. Miller double down. Axel just take it as much as he can as they presented themselves right across him. FaZe Clan in shambles. They're only leaving with one player left with TALON surrounded them across the other side. BTR just having a straight cross. He just spotted out on them just now. Saxy did not see that one.
I'm not sure if he actually got a glimpse of that. But no matter the case, the rest of TALON, they're happy with the situation. They take over control. The rest of FaZe Clan is basically begging for any room to breathe. It's only Onsens hugging about a corner. There's nothing much that they can do about this.
Well, at least hugging the corner is better than actually being eliminated way early on. He will hang on as much point as he can get for the placement points now. Fortunate enough for him, BTR did spot him out despite it was right at the corner of the crosshair just when we saw Saxy. But unfortunately, it's going to be Talon's side finish off the rest of FaZe Clan. They got himself eliminations close enough to get himself chicken. So it's okay for them to bow out quite early. But we do have Samnam with 5 eliminations now. Full squad remain, all being healthy. Same goes for BTR crossing the side of the island, who happen to be in the center of the circle. While the rest of the team have to figure out which way they want to entry in. Because for Vampires, the next contender will be Sam9.
Yeah, M9 has been here for the longest of time. Vampire Esports, they do have a little bit of a hole into the safe area of play, but nowhere is going to be safe for them to cover up because they got to watch the backs. Alpha Eagle's not too far behind. That nade was beautiful from Schweppes and Fluke. They do find U-High as well as Deb. Their frontliners down, M9. They will just retreat their way through, but there's nowhere to go. What a shot that was from Genfos as well. They were preyed on by multiple teams.
Now, it's going to be still BTR dominating over the circle. We do know they want to capitalize as much as they can since they rotated way earlier than the rest of the other teams just now. But for Vampires, they need to squeeze through. And Alter Ego will stop them from doing so, but they need to deal with Alter Ego regardless of whatever the situation is. They're not too far from the circle, just close enough for them to have a couple of steps in front. But for U2 lines on the east side of the circle, they have to deal with Talon. And know that the fact they do have the bridge inside of a circle, they can just wait it out. Maybe the circle will shift towards the eastern side, but it's still high chance BTR got himself the most solid compound. They might actually secure the chicken. Since they're having such a spread in the center of the circle, it will be difficult to take them out of their safety zone.
It's really, really tough right now. Talon just by the corner, though they did manage to win such a great trade against the rest of FaZe Clan. This is going to be a tough nut to do. Correct, as they still have the vehicle to charge right through, but it's not going to be safe against Olio as he drives towards his direction, but it will be spotted out by Red FaZe.
Compensating for their loss just now, despite Axel being eliminated. Well, at least a bit of a trade for Red FaZe. Talon will come back as a duo. BTR, on the other hand, spotted out the entire crew of Vampires, but unfortunately, the reload is actually the worst timing for Zaxi. It seems to be off for his timings for Zaxi today, but BTR, they definitely have a very solid compound. The prime spot there is across all the rest that still remains, but we do have 4 teams. The top 4 is there, Vampires. Team Flash hanging on at the edge. It's going to be last member Conti, and BTR, it's going to be a full squad, all healthy.
Yeah, this is great news for TODAK as they are moving into a top 4 finish. Make that top 3, by the way. Team Flash is only down to 1. BTR very likely to close off this game here with a chicken dinner. They took control of the entire circle from the get-go, and somehow Conti is just trying to stay afloat, literally.
But Conti, he did big clutches before, but I think BTR definitely hurt him resurfacing himself to take a breather just now since they decided to go a bit of a swim. Chen Force is so close to Conti. Definitely spot him out when he's take a bit of a breath. I think that's going to be it for Conti. Oh boy. Conti, what should you do? You don't have your oxygen tank down there. Your lungs were filled by water. You're drowning there. And here comes the shots and Conti. We'll have to say goodbye with the Blues and start to close in. Gemforce, that's going to be brutal. Not even showing any mercy. Yeah, here comes the toss. And it's going to be the end.
a little short though. He's just gonna try to drown himself out, denying the points against BTR. So there's another fish that BTR will have to fund, and that's gonna be the ones on land. TODAK. The swordfishes here doing an excellent job to be able to bring hefty amount of placement points, but 2v4, I think they might as well just try. At least bring a little something back to the hands of TODAK as they do find a nade onto Satar.
Well, it's better than nothing. Trying to secure the elimination points would be another extra point for them. BTR seems to be 3v2. It's winnable, it's doable. If they do some off-angle pick and just not being found out by the rest of BTR, they might actually do a miracle run here for TODAK. They need a lot more points to get into the grand finals. 46, that's going to be the magical number. But Cleon being spotted out by BTR. Satar's climbing down. It's down to 3v1. Tom, it's gonna be the end, and BTR 100% win rate just now since they got the center of the circle. But this is it, a flawless, effortless run for BTR. But when it comes to elimination wise, how much did they score?
Yeah, that's what we really want to take a look. What the cleanest record so far for BTR inside of Sanhok as they start off on the right path here to score the maximum points in our first map. My, you just love to see it. BTR in that perfect form, and also how this circle has been so difficult for all the other teams out there. You just see a lot of frantic moments throughout the course of the journey.
Well, thanks to the circle that couldn't decide which island it actually wants to go.
All three. Let's take all three.
Oh my god. But almost a 400 damage dished out by Lapard by himself. Zoxy, unfortunately, there's some missed timing. I can spot that one out twice in a row. Maybe it's just warming up for the side of Zoxy that he needed. But for Tatar and Gen Force, they both actually carry out quite a number of damage out there. But we have to give the MVP for Lapard. He did so much work just now.
Yeah, I think like he definitely carried the most weight for getting the majority of the eliminations as well as the damage to be done. And overall, BTR, all they really have to do so far is really hold the angles, especially the ones coming from the hills of the mainland and also wherever is coming in from ruins as well. So things are looking really great for BTR right now with this win. Meanwhile, we take a look at a little bit of a recap on some stats that we do have. It's really interesting to also see how TALON has been able to persevere and also to be able to make it very deep into run, taking multiple battles in the early game, heading into the late one. But Team Flash, they definitely weren't caught up in between as compared to the rest of these squads.
Now you can say BTR actually got the circle with less than 10,000 meters traveling. So we're gonna leave it for that for now, but we're gonna have to watch the highlight where BTR don't move as much to score the chicken.
Now, whoever controls the circle controls the destiny and fate of this match, and that was BTR with their chicken dinner. 6 elimination points to add up to 16 overall, and TALON will follow suit with 10 points of their own. Team Flash has garnered 9, and majority in the form of elimination points. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports will come up with 8 alongside with FaZe Clan. TODAK on to 6, even though securing second position, they don't have enough elimination points to book, but there's a fair share of points being gathered from the top 8. Meanwhile, all the way down to 16, other than RRQ not getting any points, we see a good fair share of trades going on.
Now for the side of Team Secret and also probably NKT, and I won't put NKT in there because they pretty much already got once in the Super Sunday, but also Team Secret and who was it again who got himself first ever Super Sunday here? Let me rethink that. My mind is somewhere else right now. But yeah, TODAK, there you go. They have to have 10-point average every single map here today just to secure themselves in the grand finals. But FaZe Clan, well, they got the numbers. They don't have the placement points. 8 eliminations just now, one of the highest, but this is gonna be a slightly lower damage when it comes to the circle. The circle is like your girlfriend today couldn't decide what to eat, so that's why it's like that. Seems like the circle sulking against all the teams.
Well, for me, like, I will score 0 because I don't have a girlfriend. So, that being said, going into FaZe Clan, you see all the members really putting in a lot of work. We saw Mormon as well as Entourage going for those early battles against DX, and also there were trades against PEA, which is where you get to see them thrive, but they didn't manage to make the cut. BTR got the first win, and we're headed for 3 rounds back-to-back in Erangel in a moment. So I think this is where the real battle begins for most part, because that round really was dictated by how is training towards the side of BTR. It's really difficult for them to really play this one out.
Hey, we're the same size now. Hey, congratulations. Yeah. But speaking of which, oh, I'm sorry for those of you guys don't have girlfriends. At least you guys have cats, right?
I don't. I'm so sad. I wish I do.
Do you have any flour or any pot of vegetables to?
I'll get one later.
I'm so sad. I'm so sorry, man.
There's something. A form of life.
But okay. Jokes aside, speaking of which, when it comes to the start of Team Secret and TODAK, they're definitely quite having a great start. We're talking about 46 is the magical number, and right now they already gained themselves 6 points for each of the teams respectively. As long as they gain themselves 10 points in every single map and just maintain their survivability and just have a couple of eliminations, it's gonna be more than enough for them to advance straight into the grand finals.
Yeah, I really do think that it is a very solid chance for teams like TODAK if they do get this consistency. So it's a really good start inside of Sanok. We want to see how they will fare when this battle inside of the favorite map of every other player out there. And judging from the performance from what I saw throughout our Friday run, I think that they look good on the group stages, where they have definitely had a lot of good trades going on as well. But I really want to see more coming out of this TODAK team. Is there more left in the tank? Meanwhile, PEA though, they definitely saw a little bit more of that early battle earlier on against teams like FaZe Clan. Didn't really see them go on to their maximum potential just yet, so I hope that they can readjust once again.
For PEA, they're also pretty much in the same mission, like going for the same mission as TODAK and probably Team Secret. And this is going to be the 4 teams having the same mission for the day. Team Secret, NKT, TODAK, and PA. 4 of them. So every single team have to score more than 40 points, more than 45 points by end of today, so they can push down Zerja and Voin Donkey towards the placement that they can't even play. So that's already a huge advantage for these 4 teams. But there will be somebody be pushed down either by the end of the day, because there's not going to be out of the 4 teams just now, only 2 of them will advance, because I don't think they can catch up towards the teams that already have themselves 50 and above points by now. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be too much of pressure, especially we have heavy hitters in this grouping, and when it comes to this Super Sunday as well, because we do have the Xaviers, Boom, Alter Ego, FaZe Clan. These are heavy hitters down there, and these guys really love to fight, including the Infinity since yesterday.
Yeah, and we just see battles after battles. It really didn't stop as we got a taste of that inside of Sanok. If there were more spacing, the battle will go on for a lot longer. And now, of course, can these teams who are hoping to pull through those big points to do the same as well? They need to also match up in terms of aggression and also need to survive the teleport.
Bless you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
But yeah, I agree. But also don't forget about another race going on top there. Since the Xaviers and Boom being eliminated quite early, but we do know Boom don't really like Sanhok map. It's also going to be the race of getting the head start points in the grand final. 30 points. That's huge. And that's the main reason why Boom, one of the biggest factor why Boom get themselves the championship title last season. They had a really great head start points to go for their grand finals. Now, if they can score another head start points for Boom, they might actually just defend the title this season as well.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to do just that. The Saber is right now sitting at the top, but they're not really in the best of form as well. So we will really have to tell when they do move into the grand finals who will get those better trades as we now get ourselves ready for our runs inside of Erangel as we start off our first one here in Match 2 here in the Super Sunday.
Welcome back to Erangel. We have northern flight path a bit more northeast side going towards SMB from Stalber. But speaking of which, keep your eyes out for the teams that might actually swap their players, because this is going to be the lineup that will anticipate even in the grand finals, especially when it's second half of the day. Because when it comes to the grand finals, yeah, we do have 3 days of grand finals starting next week, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you guys jot that down and just book your whole day just to reserve the day for the PMTL Grand Finals, because whoever actually got themselves advanced towards the Grand Finals, it will seed to the World Esports Championship later on. Don't forget about that. The seeding after the Grand Finals is super important because it will be in Riyadh, and the seed, it's a very limited amount of slot for the teams.
Yeah. And the prize pool of millions to be won when they do get themselves qualified into the Esports World Cup. As we do see this flight path also accessing all the way down into the south side. It is definitely up for grabs for most part when it comes down to the Western Plains, as teams will have to take a really long journey to get into that part of the map. So we might even see battles for vehicles, but it is an early telltale sign that with this flight path, we're moving more to the east.
Lipovka, let's go.
I hope so.
It's between Lipovka. We've seen this sort of circle before. It's either Lipovka, it's going to be a lower chance of Lipovka, but if it feels like going there, it's going to go there. But maybe you might ended up right on top of the Medusa intersection, just how we did on the last day of grouping stage. So it might be the case as well. Now, speaking of which, we don't have any first contact made. We don't have any scratches made by any teams, but Team Flash and Talon. Talon has been quite aggressive here for the start.
Yeah, and overall, Talon Esports definitely looking absolutely sharp on how they really took control of that Sanok map. If they had a little bit more wiggle room, then I think they would have actually stand toe-to-toe against BTR without needing to, of course, cut the breach or of sorts. But what's done is done. Talon Esports definitely are a heavy-hitting team, as well as the Indonesian side have definitely shown with their level of experiences playing in different teams, as well as now coming together to really form a superstar roster. I think that there is just a few more notions that Talon really has to improve on, which is in terms of their survivability rate heading into the late game, because when they take fights, they look really good, but sometimes they just kind of overcommit from time to time. I guess this happens to a lot of these great teams as well when you have such a difficult tournament to play with the best of Southeast Asia.
Well, you have Red FaZe on Talon. Red FaZe never think about chicken. Chicken is not the option for him. He's just gonna go for eliminations. That's the guy. That's how insane when it comes to aggressiveness coming up from the side of TALON. You're gonna stop that guy, man. There's nothing can tame Redface down. You want him to go for a safety first. What is safety? What is safety? Who asked you about that question? But just to update you guys who just joined us here today, it is the last Super Sunday across the entirety of the league. Of all the teams that across the Super Sunday tally up and the accumulation of the points across all 3 Super Sundays, this is going to be the last one. We'll just proceed. The top 16 will qualify into the grand finals. Now, not just the prize pool that's at stake here for the teams, we also have the PMWC PUBG Mobile World Championship in Riyadh, who got himself first top 4. The top 4 will go straight into the group stage when it comes to the grand finals top 4. The 5th place will go into the survival stage. So a head start point is definitely 100% significant for the teams here just to have a better start in the grand finals.
Yeah, and everybody is definitely keeping their eyes onto securing those slots. But right now, what they really have to worry about for the teams that are still hoping to get the qualifications into the grand finals here is to still survive the tail because there's still a lot more maps to be played here. Meanwhile, I think majority of the case, or should I say at least half of the lobby here, is going to be safe to move into the grand finals. But when you move into the grand finals and you're not really having the best hit start point possible, you're going to be in a tough deficit to chase up, needing to score maybe a chicken dinner or 2 to catch up with other teams. And you just really have to fight hard right now in order to even score slightly higher above your opponents.
Speaking of slightly higher, I'm surprised that Boom is not as aggressive. I think they're trying to find a final formula for the grand finals here for Boom. Feels like they are experimenting with their strategy right now because they don't seem to be as comfortable as they used to when it comes to the week 1 or week 2, or maybe the opening is just getting tougher. The team start to adapt regarding the positions, regarding their rotations, even how to counter the fights of CQC, even the rush later on. So I think that might be one of them in a reason as well, why the teams that used to be over dominating in week number 1 seems to be slowly toned down when it comes to the final week.
Yeah, and probably this is the form of adjustment to also get into a level of trial and error where they're still comfortable with in terms of execution. So this is where I think that Boom, they are a little bit more over onto playing maybe slightly on the riskier side of things. But no matter what, when they go into the grand finals, that's where, when it comes down to how they play it out, they need to emulate whatever they learned from that past 3 weeks of action. And it's always going to be difficult for them to readjust, and you also have to restudy again, because once we lock in those 16 teams, the formula is going to change. A lot of drop points is going to open up, and it's a whole different ball game. It's a lot of readapting to the situation as well.
Speaking of different ball game, just how crucial for the head start points, just to highlight that again, sorry guys, I couldn't get enough of this, I have to stress this out. If they place themselves first place throughout all the Super Sunday, it's going to be, like I mentioned before, 30 points. But the gap is significant. 22 points for the second place. That's 8 points difference. Almost 10 points different as a head start point. Now, speaking of which, these Avis and Boom still sitting at first and second place in the overalls, because BTR, when we last saw them in the across all the group league standings across all week 1, week 2 Super Sunday, they're really not high up there. They're still in the 70s. We're talking about the teams that already got themselves 100 points mark up here, which could be the Xaviers that start 113 before, Boom Esports 109, and Alter Ego Ares at exactly at 100 point. Now these 3 teams, they might interchangeable when it comes to the top 3 later, but Boom, I'm hoping for them to be really aggressive when it comes to the Erangel here. I expect the same coming up from these Xaviers. While Alter Ego, we already expected them to be that aggressive, because they are the teams that don't really care as much when it comes to the position. Like, hey, as long as we get into the grand final, that's fine, because they are one of those teams that can actually just gain as much point as they need to in the grand finals.
Indeed, and at the same time, they're those that really need them the most. Meanwhile, of course, the middle of the pack is where things get a little bit more iffy, right? Because maybe a few points up or down will really decide maybe a very marginal amount of points to be finishing up with the head start points. But when we take a look at that circle, as I segue for a little bit, it's going to be centered around that Lumber Hill as well as the corners of Medusa and also Shelter. So a lot of these teams are still trying to wrap their heads around on how to play this perfectly, because that's a lot of terrains that they have to go through.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for Prison.
I do.
We don't see a lot of Prison for the last few circles. I mean, I've never seen for the entirety of the league of a Prison yet. So we might actually have a shot at that, because the circle seems to be very different this season. It's so hard to predict. But the first 2 weeks seems like very repetitive when it comes to the pattern. But when it comes to the third week, when it comes to things where it's all critical for the players to not make mistake and have to adapt themselves, they have to re-adapt based on the circle. But PA having some trouble. First blood done by Rosemary. The silence being broken. The tension finally broken down as well. But next, the Lions versus FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan getting tagged up already. Ventura's out for the count. What a great catch coming from the side of Leon. And it really seems to be very dire for FaZe Clan. They are hoping to also stack up points to chase up against Alter Ego, to chase up against Boom. And now, Alliance is denying all of that, leaving all these players be. And FaZe Clan, they decided, you know what, we're just going to play with two. This whole kill is just surrounded with players.
Bit of trading between Udo Lions and Boom. Jimmy down on the ground. Olio trying to open up the flank or even force himself into the formation of Boom. While Boom trying to reposition himself around the flank side as well. It's down to IQOO to open up the space for Udo Lions. If he can get a couple of knocks from the sidelines, it's going to be incredibly significant for Udo Lions to push forward later on. The follow-up is crucial. They have to in sync with what IQOO just give back the information. But since like they can't really visualize the other side, unfortunately, Yummy May just finished off Jimmy, while Boom also didn't lose their members. They managed to revive back up. So it's going to be a total loss on the side of Udo Lions for now.
Yeah, great disciplined play coming from Boom as well. The moment that Yummy gets that pick off, quickly repositions once he does secure the number. FaZe Clan is going to have an early exit after having a stellar run inside of Sanhok. And now they're stuck at 8 points. Vampire Esports is going to be happy about this. Same goes to TODAK if they will be able to pull a little bit more points. But for Boom, I think that they understand very, very well that that area of play is going to be very dangerous. They did not want to just directly push through. Now, same goes to the side of Flash, but this time they're coming in from the northern end to move into the Lipovka section. Hoping to entry into the hills. Will be tagged up by members of the side of Alter Ego, I do believe, but somehow Quarantine passes underneath the noses of Voidchill. There's still some wiggle room left in between some of this forest, but getting there is the tough part.
No, so there's going to be multi-level of terrains. You want to get those elevations, or you want to get yourself the compound. We saw in between Shelter and Miltar, there's going to be a couple of lumber area, but Boom seems to be chasing the tails of Udo Lions. They're migrating in the same direction here. Might be interesting, but Udo Lions just parked themselves indoors first. But can we make it? Your Leons are so close. These Avis across the street. We have Warwick here as well. This might be very, very interesting. We do have a very merry teams coming up, all shooting and all trying to find their victims.
Yeah, and right now, Boom is thinking where not if they could go in for this push, because they understand very well that this squad has been weakened. As Yummy has already scored one, they're looking to just ace it, but IQOO on that further end might just chime in from a long distance trade-off, so they have to be absolutely careful. But IQOO has got problems of their own as well. DX now closing in, some members taking over the sniper's nest. Meanwhile, a few over the top side of the Lumber Hill. This is still going to be an awkward situation when Brentisi is already down. Leon managed to trade right back. It seems like the rest of them will just put right into the compound. What exactly is going on?
How did he shoot through the door without even opening it? That's going to be a big mystery out there for the side of the other teams. RRQ, U2 Alliance taking the rush from Boom. They are welcoming their presence here while they try to defend their position as well. Yummy May in trouble. Here comes a DBS shot, but the UMP wins over the DBS. And U2 Alliance holding their ground as much as they can. Here comes the climb, and they finish off the entire of Boom, eating the dust from U2 Alliance. Despite they try to force their way in, but unfortunately, well, I have to break it. They might actually give the opportunity of the head start points to the Xaviers, but they're doing fine. Maybe they are experimenting stuff here.
Yeah, 2 really rough start. We only see them secure 2 points overall. I would say that isn't exactly the cleanest take that they've ever done when it comes down to rushing into a compound. But kudos inside of U2 Alliance. They hold the fortress well. And it really came to a close, really down to TODAK to save that situation. Pommet went in a little bit late, but even upon rival, you saw he was just crashing through the gates, even ramming one player down on the side of U2 Alliance. Now the exit got that special supply right in front of their eyes, but is it safe to take? Maybe not too much, because TODAK is going to be around the corner.
TODAK is in the center. The Xaviers and RRQ seems to be having a bit of dispute regarding who get the better placement and positions down there. The circle just shrinks. And not many teams come out from the east side of the circle. Team Flash and BTR might have another clash down there. While Team Secret and a lot of teams come out from south and west side. Even the northern side seems to be occupied by a couple of teams up here. But I'm not surprised here, Contra, when it comes to this last Super Sunday, especially the teams in the middle pack, right? We're talking about from FaZe Clan even down to, when it comes to league standing, down to even Vampire Esports, they probably are testing out their strategy or their formation here, probably just for the grand finals later on, you know? Trying to experiment. They need to, because they need to vary their strategy when it comes to the grand final.
True enough, and I believe that at least for the side of Vampire Esports as well as the Infinity, things are going on the up and up whatever they've been trying has been working so far. And we're gonna see whether if it continues to be the case as Red Face has been able to shred members from the side of Alter Ego. Alpha already down with a beautiful nade being tossed to his side. The attacks coming from the side of Rosemary as well. Great control over the hill. TALON Esports still have all 4 intact, but now pushing through, gets caught out. It's gonna be Rosemary. It's gonna be a direct challenge. Easy headshot onto Axel, but Misery is gonna be looking to follow suit. Oh, this is gonna be a tough angle to cover.
Speaking of tough, it's gonna be more tougher for the side of Alter Ego. They're losing a lot of men early on. This is surprising. These Xaviers haven't actually put in any action yet, but Boom and Alter Ego, they're pretty much in the top 3, but despite of having the advantage of a better start when it comes to the league standings, unfortunately, they didn't score as much as we hoped for. But BTR and Team Flash, this is going to be something that will be happening very soon based on how, look at the spread of BTR, straight line there is.
Well, yeah, BTR are definitely looking pretty good when it comes down to how they're holding into these corners. But it's Team Flash that they're dealing with. Not an easy team to just pummel through. They do have a wide spread as well, and as a matter of fact, they've already gotten inside of the circle. What's interesting to me is that right now it's going to be DX being hit, and you see the ones that are dominating the past Super Sundays to get the top 4 position, the Savior, Boom, Alter Ego, and FaZe Clan, they're the ones that get hit first and foremost in this map of Erangel.
Another one bites the dust is going to be U2 Alliance. I agree. When it comes to the top 3, I think they're just having it nice and easy, and maybe just, you know, we're just going to take our own time to try to build up something new, cooking up a new formulation for the team perhaps. But for PA, they don't have the luxury to do so, because right now they have a chance of being pushed down by the teams like NKT, Team Secret, and even TODAK, which definitely have better performance than PA just now.
Yeah, a whole lot better at that. Now PA is only left with 1, so it's all about getting those placement points to be squeezed right through. Vampire Esports doing their due diligence to set up a couple of smokes to cut a cross. It's going to be Team Secret that will be holding them back. Meanwhile, BTR has got some really interesting angle against some members of VPE, but there's a shroud of smoke that have been covering their tracks. And this is going further and further into the territory of TODAK. They will be happy about this, but how long can they defend that for? We'll have to wait till the next stage to cut closer with teams to be forced right in, but RQ is starting to move in towards DX.
TODAK decided to go and take the lower ground for the compound. Try to just gamble them down in case the circle will shift over that side. But the other teams have to decide which level of terrain they want to play. There's high ground, there's going to be mid ground, there's low ground as well. For the side of RQ, they try to take all the elevations as much as they can. Well, it's a tricky terrain since it's kind of a curve heels up here. So it's quite hard for them to visualize, despite they got themselves, even the elevations, won't actually just see it through easily, but not so much. Napako drop one big one to his Nate T, but can Levi, or aka Shadows, give the cover by needed for Nate?
Oh, not at all. Even through the smoke, he just predicts it perfectly. The Petco still goes down though as Tom, he was prying into seeing what exactly is going on in this section, immediately punctures through just to hold the rest of DX back.
TODAK definitely on their guard here, knowing the fact it might actually a lot of team pass by or just pass through them. But for RQ, both teams seems to be having a bit of a reset. But we do spot PEA happen to be interested over this side as well. It's not going to be a safe zone or safe place for RQ, because TALON is also marching up from their backs. These Xaviers, it's probably knocked down two of them before, but Napeko still finish off Nate T, leaving with only Shadows bleeding out. Nobody can pick them up just yet. I don't know where's the last few members of these Xaviers.
Well, not too certain after all, as they're kind of spread a little thin right now. The rest of BTR, they will take charge over the south side as Zuxi is going to look to clear things off, but Cleon has already spotted one member of the side of BTR as well. Lapar is already down. They have to also be worried of their own position, which is why Zuxi is trying to cover his own tracks with a couple of smokes being popped up. Star goes in for the save, but Cleon so far doing so much damage to this map. I keep seeing his name pop up in the feed. Team Secret, unfortunately this time, no points at all.
But BTR is actually on the run and gun. Last round, they got himself the chicken in a +6 elimination. Seems like they are on a stem roll right now based on how they're actively trying to find the targets. Vampires will be the next target. They're definitely trying to challenge them straight on. Satar toss out the nade from the Mushroom Tower, but Tony K, despite a very small window, bit of exchange between BTR, stones down on the ground as well, while RQ just obliterate the entirety of these Xaviers. Vampires have to take some time to fight against BTR right now.
Yeah, and Vampires, they've been really hitting some crispy shots. That's going to be Genfos out for the count, bleeding out. The rest of BTR, they turn around every single corner. They still get clipped. And there's only one member left. Things were looking so good for BTR for one moment. But with this tough area of play, they really have to leave the vicinity. Same goes to VPE because things are shrinking into a really tough state. Team Flash putting enough pressure onto multiple teams at once.
Ooh, the bounce so close for Zuxi just now, thanks to the rock. They cover himself and the vehicle for the temporary bunkers coming up from BTR. The last member here of BTR. Can he make a big of a clutch, a wonderful and miraculous clutch for the side of BTR? Because we're looking at the eastern side. It's a bit too crowded. The concentration of the teams here a bit too much for them to just share the corners. But Infinity Esports L79 Vampires in trouble. Team Flash is going to be their next target. Now Team Flash managed to push away all the rest of BTR, just now leaving with only one player. But Team Flash this time do have those elevations. They will try to keep Vampires from advancing forward.
Yeah, I really do like how Team Flash has been playing this so smartly, taking things one step at a time. Meanwhile, RQ somehow has brought the pain with the FG3 against the rest of TALON. VPE, they keep finding themselves wrapping all the edges and still going on wheels. It's going to be Hexas that will just pummel through as the rest of RQ has been able to annihilate the rest of TALON Esports, whereas the journey goes on with Sep9 now being the major target for multiple teams. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, and it really seems like the names are running.
Well, that even denied one of his team members just now, needed their own teammate. Maybe tried to deny the points just now. Speaking of annihilation, they are at the brink of resistance coming up from Senna in this map, but BT unfortunately has to go out early despite exactly trying to buy as much time as possible. But speaking of another team that were struggling to actually push in, they got themselves 6 eliminations. Vampires, it's on the rise.
Yeah, and with Infinity inside of smoke, this nade could be looking really good. Only does some chip damage. Trying to tap over onto Logan inside of smoke. It's still gonna be a long toss of a nade. Fluke needs a little bit of help over in the back. It's gonna be Tony K here trying to flush Tony K off, and we do get to see the trade. This time it's Tony K that will take on the real one. And Schwebs is trying to get a little bit more cover, but there is just so little room. Tony K! He shuts down Vampire Esports.
Stabbed by the imposter. Tony K shutting down Tony K. It's 1-1 for both of the players. And when it comes to the CQC fight between Tony K and Tony K. But unfortunately, also another one bites the dust. It's going to be PA next. We're down to 6 teams. And KT got himself quite a comfortable compound. Probably the best prize spot up here across the map. But it's all down to the next circle in less than 30 seconds. RIQ trying to deal with Team Flash. They're just such a hindrance towards the team. And TODAK is dealing with Team Flash at the same time. But Team Flash, they're not showing any sign of slowing down. But they need to revive their teammate first.
Yeah, the circle shift really favoring NKT at the moment. TODAK, they've taken control of the center for the longest time. Now they're playing by the edges as well. They do have good information onto the side of RQ that's going to be nearby, but they don't really have the vision upon them just yet. It's going to be a wide spread, but a very defensive hold coming from the side of TODAK, but the circle is not going to be upon them this time around. Kwang hiding all alone. A lot of damage being done towards so many different teams, but NKT as well as RQ, they still have all 4 members intact. Looking very solid to close out the game.
Speaking of solid, look at RQ eliminations. 9 by now. There's no stopping this team here with Nepeko keep on tossing a Kobe nade, a golden one. Every single time he's on the run and just keep cooking those nades and frying all the other teams and toasted them with the explosion of the nades just now. But back to the side of Infinity, they're still on the run with a good momentum and carry forward from yesterday as well. But for Kwang of Team Flash, let's go. Ninja mode is on.
Yeah, he's just got to sneak in very, very slowly. Meanwhile, he's got to be careful about TODAK. Approaching into this corner, they might look to hold this area as a defensive setup for now. Speaking of which, he's just making rounds. On the other side of the tree, he's got 4 nades. Can he do it? This is a good angle. Does not take it. Very, very disciplined. He's got 1. Just to see if he could catch out Iftar.
Kwang. Oh, Kwang! Iftar is a better do have a better reflex than sort of Kwang. He definitely already prepared himself, heard the audio cue, but Kwang unfortunately did see he's that close and that near. But back towards side of TODAK, they having a damn great start here today. Even got himself another top 5 once more. What consistency! They actually bring forward such momentum for the entirety of week 3.
I wonder what really motivates them, because this week they really look almost unstoppable. There's just so many great rounds that they've been able to secure. And now, 14 points overall, and the round is not even over just yet. So, TODAK, so long as they get this good hold, things are going to look pretty great. But now they're kind of sandwiched in between 2 teams as well, as they try to take the control of center. 7-9's going to be out, but they really have to deal with RQ first.
NKT having a full squad RQ. They are in trouble. Nepeko, one of the key players, being taken out of the equation with NKT. The full squad still getting themselves slightly inside of a circle, even spot out the rest of TODAK. But RQ seems like they have to divide their attention to 2 sides to deal with NKT and TODAK at the same time. I think they gained themselves quite a number of information, but Infinity also being focused on the side of TODAK. It seems like the crossfire between all the teams, they have divided their attention across all the maps here. They will try to just shoot down whatever that move across in this very small circle.
Spider's hand somehow just runs over some of these players out there. Links, he catches an important target up of RQ. Now he opens the floodgates. NKT also pushing forward against RRQ. This is gonna look like a dire situation for the Indonesian squad. But for NKT, they are still holding into those compounds. Can they get more out of this situation?
Now, do Lynx have any first aids, by the way? We don't see him resetting himself, and the remaining members of TODAK also not healing back up, not having full HP. I don't know if they only have left with bandages by now, but Infinity still have that one player. This is going to be the game changer for the entire quarter. Well, IQOO left with a duo due to NKT just shutting down the formation, broken it entirely. Snape, he doesn't have any structure to take covers.
It's an open ground. He's just elevated there over on the hills. Else, it would have been so much tougher for them. The rest of NKT, with this forest warfare, slowly shredding them apart. A fake nade comes in from the side of RQ that compromised their position. If there gets shot, it's a top 3 finish for TODAK. And now the battle is still on. 2 versus 3 as one member of NKT falls down on the ground. And it might just be a reset. We'll have to see about that. But right now, they're preoccupied, need to deal with no mercy, and looking for another target from the top. Oh, what a spray from Triple F, and they spotted him out.
Crispy one. This is crucial for NKT. Oh, wow, what the nade! A discount day for No Mercy 2 for 1. What a discount. Is a shopping day indeed for NKT the Goth versus Snake. 1v1. 1-2 mana displays. And NKT, they got what they needed. This is crucial. This is so important. Definitely, it's going to be 20 points in the hand for this one. And will push down Boing Donkey by now. When it comes to the leg standing, they are 100% for now to be in the grand finals as long as they keep up their momentum. And KT, they definitely have feel the relief the moment they scored that chicken just now. It was super important.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we might see Team NKT in the grand finals. The chase is on for all the teams out there. What a game this is. And we saw the battle went down to a 1 versus 1. Things were looking bleak with that huge grenade coming from RQ. But thankfully, in that very final moment, the final member that stood in the way, I believe that was Triple F, that have been able to pull the massive win without the last info gathered by RRQ.
Thankful Triple F is not actually on the top stack of with the rest of the team that seemed to be naded just now. If you actually cluttered up, and KT, that's going to be the biggest botch ever. It was a 1v3, it was 2v4, and then it down to 2v3, and it was a 1v3. That one particular nade made it so much trouble, but thankfully Triple F made it through. But let's just relive the highlight after this. But before we're talking about that, what a good game yet. Despite of that, we don't see any Vietnam team coming up from the top 4 here.
Yeah, overall, I guess that they definitely have some fair share of struggle in the early game. DX were holding onto this hill for a long time. They just needed a little bit more juice. And NKT, they just absolutely took over. We're happy to see them take this win. And in moments time, first we take a look at some of the finest moments that we had here inside of this map. But even in Infinity, have definitely had a very good run as they try to get themselves into a better situation as these teams that are chasing against them. They're really coming in hot, especially TODAK.
Speaking of coming in hot, well, we do have a bit of in-depth later on review regarding TODAK performance here. But we're going to relive the highlight for a bit just to see the teams that we hope they actually scored more. Boom, Ulti, Ego, and Vampires. Vampires did pretty much good, but Ulti, Ego, and Boom. Let's see how they're being eliminated here when it comes to NKT Chicken Dinner.
There were plenty of great moments in this matchup here, but one of my favorite definitely was Tony K versus Tony K. Now, going back into it, it's 20 points here for NKT. That's back to chicken dinner. And RQ coming in really close with 18 points. And TODAK with a massive 13-pointer to make up the top 3.
It's going to be 8 eliminations for TODAK, and Infinity still hunting and gunning everyone down. So I can expect they will actually ascend when it comes to the points of elimination later on. You will get more and more, but unfortunately there's a lot of zeros this time. FaZe Clan, it seems to be at the very bottom. Team Secret as well as D Xaviers. Team Secret, they cannot afford to lose any map after this. We're talking about them have to catch up the rest of the teams up there, because this is the only Super Sunday they actually got the opportunity to push themselves to qualify in the grand finals.
Indeed, and it was really interesting because we saw in that past round a lot of the teams were coming from Milta or even from the south side of Lumbershack. They didn't manage to make it out alive. There's just a lot of crowd, and even despite that, I thought that there will be even more points even for a team like FaZe Clan or even BTR. Now we take a look at the updated overall rankings, and NKT with that massive win, they're currently at number 1. Alliance is going to be on number 9 on the other side of the page, as we can still see signs of struggle for a majority of the teams.
Yep, and speaking of majority of the teams, the one that actually at the very top, unfortunately at the very bottom right now, but hey, who cares for them? They're definitely in the grand finals. Yeah, it's all about the head start points for the top 3 teams, Alter Ego, Boom, and as well as the Xaviers. But RQ, there's no stopping this team here right now when it comes to the momentum, when it comes to the stamina. They still have it. They still have gas left in the tank here with 2,612 damage, while TODAK, this is going to be their best week. We're talking about the entire week. They push straight into the grand finals, maybe as well, if they keep this going.
Yeah, things are looking so great, and who knows, we might even see eventually a TODAK member to be up here. But look at that, 2 members once again. It has to be Nabako here with the most damage done alongside with Snape. Tony K did the most damage, but I would say the other brother from the other side has gotten the better of him. But Rosemary as well, he got himself back into the top 4.
I wish we have Tony K in there too. And just because, please for once, can we have a head-to-head between Tony K and Tony K? Just because we can. I want to see that one day, please, at least today. But speaking of the flags waving across the region here of Southeast Asia Summer Split 2024 in our PMSL, it's going to be BTR and NKT taking the first 2 maps of our last Super Sunday in the final week here, week number 3. But for the next Erangel, we might actually anticipate a different team taking it away for the chicken dinner. But at least I scored 1. NKT did score, and that's my prediction. Trust your customer. Trust me.
I absolutely do. And, you know, like, you got it spot on. This is definitely that golden chicken dinner that they've been hoping for. And I really hope that it really sets the tone for them, because they need it so much. Now with, what, a 20-point lead, that will put them very close to Sersha Esports, because that's like, I don't even want to start counting Sersha out just yet, but
just count them out.
With TODAK also performing like this, now we're also looking at Team Secret trying to climb up as well. So we'll see. We got 4 more maps to go.
Yeah, we're talking about Team Secret do have a shot at first based on their first map just now, but the moment they drop the ball entirely with 0 points, it's going to be difficult because we only have 4 maps left. And that's 4 maps for Team Secret to push into the 40s. That's going to be average of 40, like 10 points, more than 10 points. They have to get at least like, what, 12 eliminations in 1 single round, that they can have those light at the end of the tunnel. But speaking of TODAK, now I have to give credit. I think the Nandi as new coach, hailing from Indonesian PUBG Mobile community side, also PUBG Mobile competitive side, actually give them a different approach towards the game, because definitely the change of coach, and a lot of people actually look kind of underestimate the coaching staff for each team. I definitely give them a different view, and we're looking at TODAK performing very different compared to week 1 and week 2 now.
Yeah, and you also look at the kind of investment that TODAK has brought to the table by, of course, having some roster changes very early into the year, and then now looking to be in such a better form, especially bringing in Iftar as well as Cleon. These 2 players hailing from Indonesia have so much wealth of experience to also supplement that as well. But this Malaysian organization is really looking to push through the barrier and also to wave the flag for Southeast Asia as well. I'm really hoping to eventually see TODAK to bring this forward if they do qualify into the grand finals, because there's still more work to be done here. But now that we see certain teams that are up and up coming from the bottom, we're also looking at certain teams that should also be worried for their position. The Infinity get some really hefty amount of points, but PEA BARUZ, I think they are not really in a good shape. I feel like they also need to step up.
That's true. But speaking of TODAK, I think the biggest factor, one, not just the coach, Nandi, that coming into as a new coach this season, you also have to give credit to Lynx, who've been transferred in from TALON. Now, Lynx coming in as a new asset for TODAK definitely will be one of the key players for the line of TODAK right now, because it feels like he got way more experience. He definitely kind of calm and composed of a person when it comes to getting the fights head on. So you don't see a lot of TODAK when it comes to first 2 weeks, because they're playing a bit more passive. Maybe they're trying to sync up with Lynx coming into the dynamic. But speaking of which, I think Zerja right now sweating their elephant pants. They're biting their nails at the bench, because right now they're not playing. Plus, with that performance by NKT, push up all the way to 15th place, because Team NKT just got themselves across the league standing 40 points. All they need to do is just score another 6 points. They're 100% in the grand finals.
Yeah, and they really have to work even harder for that, because other teams are also trying to push and push. But Sersha, they won't be able to do too much, so they just need to just get through this hurdle, get across against Sersha, and things will be looking really good. Some high fives to go across, and I like that you brought up the fact that, you know, since they're in Thailand, everybody's rocking the elephant pants. They're looking really good at that, and I think even on the interview from Team Secret, that was beautiful.
It's really comfy. It's very airy. It's a very nice pants made of cotton, and it's flashy as well.
Very flashy.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, especially with this summer split, we know that the fact it's summertime, so it's quite warm and hot out there when it comes to in Southeast Asia region right now. Despite of that, we still have a lot of flood happening around across the world here. So my prayers with you guys who do have some troubles, but it's okay, be patient. Things will be better in the future, hopefully, especially when it comes to the mother nature itself. Then there's nothing more, then we can just pray for them. But speaking of the teams, now can Team Secret still push in the very last minute? Can TODAK still have more? Because right now they're quite consistent here with the average amount of points across the maps, around 8 to 10 points that they need to gain in every single next one. They cannot even have one map they're being eliminated without points. They cannot even drop the ball, not even a tiny bit. No room of error for the teams fighting for the top 16.
I think for TODAK, things are looking really good in Erangel. I would only start worrying when they do move into bigger maps like Miramar, because that is where they will be trial and tested the most. And it's going to be so difficult for not only TODAK, but all the other teams out there. For Team Secret, on the other hand, every game counts. Every single moment from this point onwards, for whatever the lack of firepower or the lack of presence, they will be accounted for. So they need to really decide how will they play out these final few games. So only 2 more maps of Erangel, 2 more maps of Miramar to go, as teams are still getting everything set into perfection. Meanwhile, if we take a close look into all these charts as well as numbers, RRQ definitely onto something here, which I guess in that round of Erangel, they were taking a really great high ground position. I think that a lot more teams will be looking to do exactly the same, especially when we take a look at how in that early game, a lot of all these teams are really looking for a choke point, like how the Lions was going up against Moon.
But they're forcing themselves way too much just now. I think the teams that we can see they're trying to make a change when it comes to their approaching of fights. Even the timing of rotation seems to be slightly different if you compare with the past few weeks of how these teams has been playing. Especially these Avies, they try to be more active, they're trying to rotate a bit more early, but it just didn't suit themselves here. Because these Avies, they're very good at getting into the center of the circle, be it the top 5, top 6, then when they start to open fire. But when they force themselves out of the comfort zone, which they don't have that much confidence to go with that kind of strategy, you can see it seems to be slowly falling off the numbers down there when it comes to the team that force themselves way too much.
Yeah, and I guess this is where they really have to be very careful on their approach. And speaking of approach, we are now approaching into our third match of the day as we dive into the PMSL Southeast Asia's Erangel match number 3.
Map 3 of the day with the second Erangel already commencing. This time the flight path is beautiful, even they divided the map into 2 sides. It's gonna be left or right, east or west, but it's down to the circle because we do know sometimes the circle just don't like being generous for the day. It depends. It's like your girlfriend, like I mentioned before. Sometimes it's in the bad mood, sometimes in a good mood, sometimes it couldn't decide what to eat for the day. So we have to pray that the circle will favor the players here today because yesterday has been hellish for all these guys. But speaking of SMB, you do have a lot of teams dropping early. I assume team like Vampire, usually they want to drop around Primos, but due to SMB will be favored here, a lot of unusual drops early on.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to also see that teams are coming up with very different ideas, especially now there will be a lot more challenges inside of the island. Of course, with the presence of Team Secret on the first appearance into such a map of the Super Sunday run, they are going to be looking into taking control of that Nova Hanoi region as well as the bridge if they could, if they do have the idea that, hey, some of these teams, they're just going to be around here. And oh my goodness, Choo-Choo, we're moving into Quarry and we're also moving into an awkward situation for Flyboy.
Surprisingly, Flyboy, the pilot, here being smashed down by a vehicle. He's a real life pilot, by the way. And Boom actually put him quite early, so I assume Boom is giving enough, giving all the exposure of all the lineup, even the reserve player or subs player, just to make sure that they are prepared when it comes to the grand finals later on. But yep, unfortunately, being splattered out quite early. Flyboy definitely not flying down there.
Yeah, brought back down to Earth for sure. A really rough way to start, but it's always as such when you're contesting for vehicles in some prime areas of play. But the likelihood to actually see these guys already getting into those wheels so quickly, and you're left with nothing. RQ got 2. He could have actually just moved the other way around, but of course a little bit too late. VPE goes from monster truck into the boat. The other day we saw bikes into a boat. What else will we see today?
Well, we're probably gonna see a very tough circle, of course. It's gonna be right on top of Quarry, and we do know it's gonna be tucked in one direction. And not just that, just now it was around 60% of water, less land than the water ratio indeed. So it won't be enough for the teams to just take part inside of the land area of Quarry just now. If all 16 teams happen to be just sharing around the edges of the Quarry or just edges of the main peninsula, we can assume a lot of teams trying to rotate early on just to park themselves around the edges and the coastline. We've seen that before, Contra. We saw that happen, and it wasn't pretty as it seems to be.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, I think that these teams, they really gotta think about how they really want to play this endgame. It really looks to be a little treacherous wherever you're coming from, even if you're coming in from the Sanok military base. I think that certain teams like VP, they have already gotten the idea. Okay, let's take that central control, and we got the stats coming from the god.
He's playing with 3 fingers, left hand with 2 fingers, his index fingers and his thumb, while the right side he only got 1 thumb on it. You guys can actually learn from the players' cam just now about how they actually play with the gyro. You know, there are some times that we get to see the players' cam when they're trying to control their gyro, right? They almost flip the the entire phone to the front.
What if they drop their phones? Like, oh, that's gonna be really rough.
They drop and they have to be nated at the same time, right? That's gonna be very disappointing and definitely devastating. Of course, I will live it if I'm the players. But that's just how crucial it is to control your phone.
Now that you mention it, it starts to make sense that when I do witness, like, I remember going into some of these arenas and like some players from BT are like, either Zuxi or Luxi, like usually they would just like go on a crouch position and they still go on gyro. So even if you drop your phone in any circumstances, which most likely they won't because they're so used to it, right? It will just fall back to your belly and you could just quickly recover. So, quick tip.
The thing is, the timing of when you're dropping your phone, that will be detrimental. That will be so crucial. You don't want to drop at the very wrong time. That's what happened in most cases here. And we don't want to see that happen. Hopefully, everything is okay for all the players. They definitely have a lot of powder, the talcum powder that they actually have, just to make sure they have a very smooth navigation with their fingers, of course. But we don't have any first contact other than Flyboy just now. Unfortunately, he just I think he's trying to find vehicles for the team, but it's just unfortunately didn't land a bit too early than the rest of RRQ just now. But speaking of the circle, we can see early rotations like we mentioned here, Contra. Everybody wants to be in the center now.
Indeed, and I guess that there's very good factors as to why this is going to be the case, because in the region of Prairie, if you're in the direct center, there's a lot of good terrains that you could basically take advantage of. As for other teams, of course, you can also take a little bit of a gamble of sort. I mean, just a premonition. I don't really like to use that word instead. So maybe it's going to be moving into either Primos or even Very Pure. Could either go some of these ways. And even on the north side, that sewer area, or should I say swamp, there's just a lot of good holes, so they just have to take their pick.
Speaking of Primos, right? I think there is probably going to be a small regret from Vampires. They sometimes happen to be having their second drop there. Unfortunately, drop into SMB, so good luck going all the way into Primos if they want to. And unfortunately, we don't have Gig Fam. If Gig Fam actually do see this sort of circle, they'll be happy because they'll be celebrating. It's supposed to be their circle, but unfortunately, didn't make it through the last Super Sunday, and they didn't qualify for the grand finals as well. But speaking of no Gig Fam, it means that Ferry PO might be vacant, so anybody's here first can take advantage of it.
Indeed, and it's really sad to also see that, you know, we do know that there are a lot of great quality teams, and we had to say goodbye to a few of them. Of course, with UDO2, Crit VIP, Geek Fan, Roy Esports, and Morph not making the cut. Things are really starting to shape up the level of the tournament as well, now that you are getting a very healthy level of competition where everybody is a lot more on point, even despite, you know, teams that look to have those form of struggles to now really be stepping up. Especially for teams that are so motivated right now after getting promoted into their first Super Sunday. Team Secret is one of them, as we're looking to see what Trang brings to the table later on.
Team Secret, if they want to score 10 points each map, it won't be enough. It's going to be maximum 45. They need to have at least 46 by end of today, or 47, in case we do have a tie against Zerja later. So Team Secret, they have to make sure it's going to be more than 10 points in every single map now. If they drop another one, that's going to be almost impossible for them to push themselves in the grand finals. And speaking of the Vietnam region, yesterday I had this talk with Sekla. I do want to have your insight regarding, but we paused that for a bit because we're going to have to wait for our girlfriend to just show the way. It's going to be back to its main peninsula. This is a good circle pulling back all the way to its Galka region. Nobody coming up from the northern side except for Team Flash. Now, Team Flash will not having any issues, but Team Secret, just mentioned them. Oh the boy. Vietnam teams.
And there's also Yuhai on the top side. DX was also in between some of all these areas of play. This entire sector here is just going to be a little bit of a messy situation before they even get into the deeper areas of Gatka. And with that shift, I do see a lot of all these teams, they were hoping that it's on the south side, so they will have to also reposition, so we might see some hecticness coming in from that portion of the map. Meanwhile, Sem9 is doing very good repositioning, don't want to overcommit against the side of DX, and you were mentioning about a question about Vietnamese teams.
But wait, when it comes to hope, that's going to be the poison for the game, because if you're hoping too much, that's going to happen. What's going to happen now? It's going to be the clash between TODAK and Sam9. TODAK definitely had a good run here earlier today, but Sam9, they have nothing to lose. They definitely have nothing to lose at all. We're talking about they're definitely going to be in the grand finals. They are in the middle pack somehow. But Sam9, they're trying to challenge on TODAK. TODAK, that is wise for them to retreat back, knowing the fact they might actually lose a lot here. A lot at stake for a team like TODAK. All they need to do is just keep on surviving until the top 5, then they start to take some actions. But we do have Boom around the other side of the corner. So far, nobody actually competing against TODAK for this elevations and this compound. As long as they stay put, I think it's going to be okay for now.
Yeah, I really love that position. They just need to hold down the line and not really burn too much of resources in the early game. And they should be clear. And then, meanwhile, PEA, they're on that signature strat, taking things very, very slowly from the top. Is this Zarky? Where exactly is this?
This is probably somewhere in Erangel. There you go.
Okay.
But I do know this is going to be around the coastline, of course. It's going to be on the slightly on the northern side of the circle, probably. But for Team Secret, there seems to be broken information. I don't know where's the last member, but Namcute seems to be alone out here, and he only got one shack. We do know this kind of shack, they open up, that the roof is kind of open, so there's nothing to cover any hand grenade to toss by all these players. Namcute, he doesn't have vehicles. I'm not sure how many smoke he actually does have. Hopefully enough for him to build a bridge and just get away and get out from there.
Yeah, and with all these form of utilities now being pulled up early on, Sam9 also need to find a safe area to move out of the way if it does shift. And it does actually go all the way up north. So look at that crowd over the south side. I don't even want to start counting right now, but I'm pretty much sure that Team Flash, Alter Ego, they're happy about this. Meanwhile, good luck to those that need to try to find an opening to move into the direct center.
I don't think it's wise for PA. Quite a risk here with them taking the blue zone, plus exposing the position towards Team Flash. Yes, they're trying to take down a couple members of Team Flash who's migrating into the circle, but the moment they open fire, Team Flash already got into the inside of a circle way earlier than they do. Now, if they decide to gatekeep the rest of PEA, they will eat their own bullets by the end of the day. Team Flash reposition, still having a full squad. We're going to put the whole full conversation of Vietnam team later on, because after the break, because it's going to be a very long discussion on that. Because there's so many actions going on after the stage number 2 just now, forcing the players to just straight going into the center. But FaZe Clan spotted out on top of the Gakar region, which is going to be the fields, open the quite in a plain sight. Mormon and the rest of FaZe Clan scattered about to find every object that seems to be moving and start to shoot it down.
Yeah, and here comes the rival of Euro Lions, crashing the gates of Boom Esports. Big Nate's now dropping in towards the side of Jimmy. He's got to be really careful, and he gets clipped out. Where exactly, not too sure, but the rest of Boom Esports depleted, only down to Frantisi. They could still rush in, but the rest of these members of Euro Alliance, they're definitely looking forward for this rematch. They've already won that previous round of Erangel against Boom, looking to do so again.
Feeling like Boom definitely need Razy, the star player of yesterday, but maybe they're just giving enough exposure for all the players of Boom. But at the same time, at the risk that they're losing the head start points for the grand finals later on, since across all 3 maps here, they barely got the average of 1 point in every single map. Less than that, maybe 1.5, not even there. But back towards the side of Sam9, Infinity. Team Secret are being eliminated as well. That's going to be them finish off into the very small shot of Namcute just now. But Infinity obliterated the entirety of Sam9. No, you still have 2 of them.
This is just really sad for them. I mean, there's just so much pressure on them. And back towards the side of Sam9, they're just going to find a lot more. And just crushing the gates is creating Infinity that will wipe away the Blazing Squad. The Infinity just arrives in style. And Sam9 can do nothing about that. Now back to the side of Team Secret. They only got 5 points so far. It's been 3 maps. And this is just looking closer and closer to being impossible for Team Secret.
If the circle, thank God the circle just favors slightly to the south, because the south seems to be a bit too rowdy. And a lot of teams just banking it towards the coastline just now have to shift away the position due to the circle just happen to be moving into the center here and more towards the right side. But Talon spotted out Infinity, who migrate themselves just now. Unfortunately for Infinity, leaving with only one more player. It's Fish It World out there. Infinity taking a fight against Yuhai and the rest of Sem9, taking out the Sem9 of this lobby, and now they might actually be in the same boat with one more player remaining.
Yeah, and with the Infinity here going for that over-aggression will be picked by multiple teams that's currently over on south side. PA now has an opening through the north. They took a long time, but they're finally here. And I guess that this is a better chance for them, especially just look at the situation down over south side. Now they gotta start gathering information, but they're driving towards the territories of BTR. It's gonna look dangerous. Trexie's down! And Duxie's on the watch through the towers. Adam arrives through the door. He needs to look for something right now. Takes cover in the shack, but he's just right beside Lapar.
Mizi trying to hike up. Unfortunately, it's gonna be Rosemary and Zoxy trying to take him down. PA ended up with a 0. We mentioned about them not being safe yet to qualify into the grand finals. They can afford to drop the ball after this. But on the side of Alter Ego and BTR, the Indonesian has spoken, and they finally start to take action with their bullets flying across the entirety of the northern side of a map here, with Team Flash next to them being their neighbor. But for Vampires, surprise, surprise, Udo Alliance seems to be sharing just next to where they are.
Yeah, and right now, Vampire Esports, they got a tiny shack to work with as well as some terrains. Udo Alliance, not so much. They have few members to deal with the rest of TODAK. If they're now getting shot through, Leo will also get links. And now with that push uphill, Vampire Esports may be able to look for so much more. But they are also having struggles of their own. Shots were fired from multiple directions, and now there's going to be a little bit of reset going on. Udo Alliance will be a little bit calmer. The shots are now fired towards the side of TODAK members who are moving through.
Tony K trying to reposition, and they have to cut across into the circle. Luckily, they do have a clear path getting into the inner side of the circle, into the safe zone, but it won't be easy because it's quite a plain sight and a flat area as well. We do have a couple of haystacks in between, but back towards the other team that seems to be pretty close in the center. We do have FaZe and KT kind of break the formation into 2-2, while Alter Ego on the northern side, gatekeeping against Team Flash and BTI at the same time. IQOO on the southern side, but Vampires have to cut across against 2 teams at the same time here. Team Flash and TODAK will deny the entry.
VP really getting shredded down by the side of Gosu as we see Rosemary looking to tap against TODAK. This time around, TODAK goes away with nothing. Big nades now. Locked from both Team Flash as well as Vampire Esports. This exchange looking to be much better for the side of Team Flash. One knocked outside of the play zone, and this is going to be tough for VP to cut through. And what a circle shift that is! Back to the south.
Oh my god! Vampires and Team Flash, good luck being burned off by stage 5 blue zone. This is going nowhere, but Tony K and Stone will try to finish off the crumbles of Team Flash right now. And they better wait, what? Alter Ego, Rosemary and Hans, how did they take it away?
They got stolen. Oh, no way that happened. But Vampire Esports, that was an insane effort with those grenades. And the Thai region is very well known with all these nade tosses. And they once again show up really strong. That really gives so much more spacing for VP to work with this time around. But my, this has been a really rough round for the likes of Manny.
Vampires, after putting so much work in there. Well, we can say that Alter Ego now these days known to be the best third party coming up from Rosemary. It seems like Hans for you want to join in Rosemary, taking a third party play in the next level. But here comes Vampire cutting across the haystack field with NKT a bit busy against Udo Alliance, and they will not notice the rest of Vampires. But never mind, Snape argue. What a crispy spray, incredible, didn't even whiff, and incredible control of the barrels just now. definitely put a hold for Vampire's rotation. Yeah, they kind of stuck themselves in the middle of the street.
I'm just really surprised that they managed to also trade back at the same time. Alliance is the next one to bow out. Vampire Esports have make it through with only 2 members left, Stone as well as Tony K. Just relying on smokes and needing to push uphill. They also have to be careful of other elevated angles that might be able to catch them through. But what another nade! Connecting on the side of Snake. A very widespread coming in from the side of RRQ, and they have to be worried about NKT as well! Wow! Those shots out of nowhere, Hexus has been watching like a hawk.
RQ, they are not joking when they start to warm up now, and the cylinders all out when it comes to aggression. We've seen how much damage they can dish out when it comes to damage output by end of each map, just we saw in the last Erangel. But NKT will have a bit of a fight back still, but Hexus got shot down from where? It's not just the explosion just now, there's somebody else from the other side. These Xaviers unfortunately plays himself at 8. Alter Ego is actually trying to steal as much point as they can, while FaZe Clan spot out their dirty work behind the scene. But NKT, oh, they didn't know that the damage on towards the side of RQ will chip down quite a damage just now.
Yeah, they immediately retake that position from the side of VPE. That was not a great position to begin with, but they were desperate enough. There was no safe room. Same goes to Gen Foss. BTR is the next one to book out. Look at how many frags all these remaining teams do have. Everybody has been participating in fights after fights after fights. And the biggest victor right now, Alter Ego, I mean, they stole a bunch of weight coming in from FaZe Clan. I'm sure that FaZe Clan is not happy with these bunch. But there's sandwiched in between. Nothing much that they can do about it.
But Alter Ego is so good, casually just steals away like it's nobody's business. They don't even try to steal it. It just, oh, that's one, there's there another one, and that's it. They score a couple of points and now already 8. But next you talked about them being sandwiched, but are they being sandwiched? Because it feels like they're aggressively approaching FaZe Clan here.
Yeah, it's really going to be pretty interesting here when it comes down to how Alter Ego is going to approach this one. They do have some elevation. Mela now going for that nade trade against Alva. Meanwhile, Onson's over on the back. Alva definitely has to back away from this one. Meanwhile, Onson gets caught out. He tries to retrieve the vehicle, but not in the nick of time. Mela, he cannot afford to stay put. And he tries to drive through, but the shots are beautiful from Hans.
I have to say, Hans definitely going to be MVP for this one. Yes, we do know, we do have the Biz Carry or Biz Mary or whatever you want to call him, but now he got so many names to live by. But you have to figure out what we want to call for Hans for you. He's definitely for everybody to see how aggressive he can go, because right now Hans for you is hunting for you. Back we do have 3v4v3, maybe 4 if I'll take a minute to reset, but NKT leaving with only 2 players, make it free. Pretty much everybody's game here.
Absolutely. And now another chance for the side of NKT, but they are just bum rushing this one. They got to respect RRQ's territory. They got those compounds to hold with, and Snake, he denies any form of advancement. RRQ now moves into the top 4 here with a lot of room to play. And the moment that they finish this fight against NKT, if they could, he dodges that triple F, K clutch it again. He goes in with a shot, not enough. RRQ, they get the better of the trade.
So close, you almost got the miracle clutch. If you actually pull that one down, this is going to be one of the biggest for the day here, but well, it's not the time yet. But NKT, they scored quite a lot of elimination points, plus 4 elimination points, plus position points as well. Pretty much slowly pushing up the numbers. We did saw how they scored a chicken, already pulled down Zerja. So they're 100% in the grand finals there. When it comes to the numbers add up towards the grand finals qualifiers across all 3 Super Sundays. But it's down to RQ. Can they secure the chicken dinner? It's between the Indonesian teams. We have all Indonesian finale for once more. It's been a while we had this. Last time we had around maybe week 1.
Yeah, now that you pointed it out, it's another great round for NKT, but this top 3, it's really battling for those bonus points as Alpha tags on to Yoru. It's just driving all the way through, going up close and personal. Hands for you. The man that has brought so much points back to the table side of Alter Ego is trying to hold on. A big nade coming through as the rest of TALON has done a lot of chip damage. Now they're sending Misery to clean up shop as well.
Now it's gonna be the battle of the bloodthirsty teams. Heavy hitters are here to take the chicken away. Talon and RQ is better when it comes to guns fight because these two teams is very similar when it comes to how they approach the fights here. Very aggressive, actively trying to find a target. And Red FaZe versus Nepeko. Well, we don't have Nepeko here, but in between the teams, RQ versus Talon, with still Red FaZe in the lineup, they still have a 4 numbers wise, and even Trobals wise. 15 hand grenades is still stocked up, still in the hands of Talon.
That's a huge margin considering how many battles that they took and how many battles that they won. I just really couldn't imagine them to unleash all of that into the terrains of RQ. Thankfully, they are distance away. They do have a little bit of a compound to work with, but they definitely won't be looking to reposition right now. Talon with a lot of infantry control, as well as definitely to troll out heading into this final battle. They got all the time in the world to go in for a little bit more of a setup. Over onto the north side, Talon is just hoping to gather a little bit more vantage point. Evil RQ is taking a very interesting approach. They're taking 2 very different sector with 1-3 split instead. I want to see how this works out.
Nate's coming in. Snape, close enough. Misery will be the game changer for the start of Talon. If they can actually find an opening around the flank side, it's going to be game over for RQ. They're lacking 1 man. And for Talon, they do have the luxury to bait it out with their vehicles just to find the positions of RQ. But RQ, slight advantage here with the compound they have. But the moment they try to overpick Hexas, if he get knocked down from the long shots coming from Talon, there's no eyes, no information relayed back to the rest of the roster of RQ anymore. Because of the terrain, the curvature of the grounds will block their vision on where the whereabouts of the players.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a lot of pre-nades being popped. They still have a plenty coming in right in. This is going to be looking like the very classic matchup back in the days where Red FaZe always faces up against RQ. And now settling the scores, he spots out Hexas. It's only going to be a drive-by. No mercy. Now on that far angle, let's see if he's going to be able to do any damage at all because he's so separated from the rest of his teammates. This is going to be a really tough ordeal, but with this wide angle coverage, RQ, they're just hoping to slowly isolate the rest of Talon and work their way with that advantage.
How to isolate the players? They stack up here, they have so many smokes in between, and they still have 12 more reserved for the side of Talon. Now, for RQ, they have to pray and toss the nade, hoping it will land and connect into at least 1 player to make it out even odds of 3v3. It's better odds at that point. But to spot the players, it's so difficult with so many vegetations in between. There's so many covers still.
Yeah, and the longer that the rest of RQ waits, this is just going to get increasingly more painful, as they're still stocking up all these resources just for that big bang to happen. Meanwhile, RQ though, they got some intel. They spotted out Misery early on. His vehicles was parked right out in the open. Such a tactical play. This is one of the first few times that we are seeing the Indonesian squads really taking their sweet time to move into stage 9 to conclude it instead.
Well, they don't want to make what FaZe did yesterday. I don't want to relive that moment, but we pretend it never happened, okay guys? If you know, you know. But on the side of Talon, they do have the advantage of tossing the nades. They do have more when it comes to their utilities, yeah. But the blue will start to close in on the side of RQ Mercy first. He needs to reposition, building up the bridges of smoke. Smokes pop up, Axel and No Mercy. This is to be on the vehicle. But it's going to be No Mercy open up the angles. If it's not being gathered, the nade will be dropped right on top of him. While Red FaZe waiting for the opportunity to follow up any nades that actually break through the formation of RQ. Quite solid still, holding the position as 3v4. RQ not giving away freely.
They're just really relying on their individual prowess of taking these battles. And you just see Talon giving them so much of a respect. Despite now burning through their utilities, they still have 6 more grenades to go. Snipple sends it, and he does find Axel, and now all hell breaks loose. RRQ, they've managed to find that opening pick. Now, it's still going to be 3 members out. Talon having Missouri to going for a revival. They need to stay 4-man strong. 1 member is going out. The nades are flying in.
A bit short there. The toss coming out from RRQ. It's gonna be 2v4, back to 2v3. Hex is finding 1 more player. He found that 1 knockdown is crucial for the side of RRQ, but he's pretty low himself. Knows he need to just reset, while the side of Hexas trying to buy him time. Hexas scalded out another 1, 2v2. Talon, they are botching this. They definitely give it away to RRQ. RRQ, despite outnumbered by Talon just now, they can score the chicken here.
Talon, now it's only down to Red Face. How much damage can this man pull? Can he get some revives? There's no time. There's not gonna be any mercy at all. There's no mercy. And the rest of RRQ seals the deal. What a masterclass performance. They were 1 member down. They were by the edge. How did they do it?
Yeah, bro, we did it, bro. It was a 2v4 and a 2v3 and then like 3v4 back to 3v4 and then a reset, and then you know what? We just know we are better when it comes to pushing in. Peco's team is actually taking over when it comes to mid-range fight. You have to give it to RRQ. It feels like Talon do prefer CQC instead of a long-range and mid-range fights there. For RRQ, what a discipline just now. Talon, unfortunately, they botched that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and really, there's just so many ways that Talon could just capitalize. They definitely respected RRQ as an opponent, but it's a little bit more over-respectful when you have so many resources, but you're not really efficiently using it. And on the other hand, RRQ, they just maximize the potential. They just trusted each other and say, guys, let's wrap around the edges, close in on them, and once we get those info, we can work around it. And that's how they pull through. And Hexas was definitely the king of the match.
I have to say he was the key player, outclassing all the rest of Talon members just now by giving so much support front line when his teammate Nomez need to have a reset. And there was a big one that actually he pulled it through across the map and across the side of Talon. 5 eliminations, 1089 damage by himself. Well, with damage received, it just shows how well he knows the terrain where he's at just now.
Yeah, and looking back into that fight itself, like, they really were just basing it off of contact, and after that, that regroup as well, moving into the break center. That was just beautiful execution. Talon, they may have actually bunched up a little bit out there, but even like that, it was perfect play. Let's take a look at this big win from RQ again.
It's gonna be a lot of double digit this time when it comes to the Indonesian finale of our last map. 10 dominations by IQOO, 11 by TALON, and 10 by Alter Ego. Boy, these guys really don't know how to rest.
Yeah, at all. They are definitely going on high here right now. Same goes to the Thai teams as well when we take a look at NKT stacking up 8, 7 for Infinity, Vampire Esports with 6, as well as 5 for FaZe Clan. So it really looks like the classic rivalry between these two nations is back on track. Meanwhile, we take a look at the second pager. We see a lot of rough run-ins as well as such a difficult stance for him to take in this circle. TODAK 0, PA 0, Team Secret as well as Boom all goes out with the Nick. And I guess that there were some trades that did favor certain teams out there, but overall, I think that whoever dictates that area of Gatka as well as those hills really have gotten great advantages.
But before we're getting into in-depth regarding games or even the next map, we have to congratulate NKT. They are 100% in the grand finals now. Question is, with TODAK 20 points as the start of the day, they need more. They need at least another 25-26 points later on. But unfortunately for PA, they will probably at the shaky spot if they're being pushed down. And Team Secret as well didn't score as much as they hoped for today. Now it's gonna be tough with only 3 more maps remaining. They have to score 25 points perhaps in the next couple of maps.
Yeah, and overall, when we take a look at PA, it really shows that they don't seem that confident at all heading into those matchups. When we take a look at how they rotated, I complimented that, okay, maybe this slow rotation was looking really beautiful, but what do you do after that? Like, when you move into the area of play, you need to get somewhere safe. They have no info, they got to scout out first, but they ran directly into the house of VTR. I felt like that was very, very much a rookie mistake. I hate to break it down. It's a rookie mistake.
They do try to implement. They are trying to implement a new strategy and play style here, where they don't actually play late. They try to be in the center as fast as they can. But unfortunately, with a sort of circle, you have to expect a lot of teams trying to get into the same center at the very same time. Now, when a tuck one corner sort of circle pops, you cannot just go in freely like that. Assume there's going to be everybody around you anytime now. But for PA right now, it's definitely going to be a very shaky red zone. They pushed down to probably 17 or 16th place right now. It depends on TODAK. If TODAK don't really perform, then PA can get in, possibly. With NKT already pushed down for Donkey and Zerja out of the equation. But Zerja still got himself in the top 16 for now. I don't know for how much longer. It depends on the other team's performance.
Yeah, speaking of which, this is also a tough run for the side of TODAK. They are also the one on the receiving end. Despite them, having a very interesting start, they were in quarry, and after that, they tried to move inch by inch. They were dealt with some pressure coming from Senmai as well. These two teams didn't actually make it through the south. We saw how many teams were actually on the south side. We absolutely understand that no matter what, you have to fight. And I guess they just didn't match the better end of the trade. No, I believe that you will definitely have a question to ask since we do have some time.
Won't be enough time. We won't be having enough time because we're going into the break after this. But you guys have to watch out because next map is going to be the game changer for the teams that try to get into the top 16, which could be TODAK. Cannot drop any more balls here. Definitely not even one mistake can be done. We're talking about them at only 5 points in across accumulation of Super Sunday. They only have 5 points. It won't be enough. They can't go anywhere despite they got themselves a Super Sunday. They have to score at least 50 points by end of today to get into the grand finals. But we're done chit-chatting. We're gonna have to take a bit of a break. See you guys after this.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Skyhigh Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Skyhigh Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
And now I'm here with NKT JQ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Coach how your performance today
ผมเป็นคนครับไม่ได้เล่นเขา
No need to translate right Okay you guys most likely will have chance to go to in finals Which placement do you think you can get in at the end of day
ก็ทีมเรานะครับมีโอกาสสูงมากแล้วที่จะไปถูกรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลสำหรับวันนี้ทีมเราคิดว่าทีมเราจะจบอันดับที่เท่าไหร่ครับ
ก็ไม่ได้มีเป้าหมายที่ตายตัวครับก็พยายามไม่อยากกดดันน้องๆครับก็พยายามจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับผม
We don't really have specific target but we will try our best and we will play without pressure
Okay but after camera how you he say
ก็แบบพอไม่มีกล้องแล้วเราจะบอกว่าอันดับที่เท่าไหร่ดี
เหมือนเดิมแล้วกันครับ
Stay the same as
Really Okay any other team at the borderline that you hope will advance into grand finals
ก็ตอนมีทีมไหนที่อยู่คาบลูกคาบดอกที่จะเข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลที่เราอยากให้เข้าไปด้วยกันบ้างไหมครับ
ก็คงเป็นเซอร์เซียครับทีมไทยด้วยกันครับ
I will say Serbia because we are Thai power
Okay Thai power Any encouragement words for your team players
ก็มีอะไรอยากจะบอกน้องๆในทีมไหมครับกำลังใจน้องๆบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Do your best
That's it
That's all
Really How about your game plan for
แล้วสำหรับแผน
This round
สำหรับเกมที่จะมาต่อไปเรามีแผนอะไรบ้างไหมครับ
ก็เล่นปกติครับเราพยายามเหมือนทำเป็นซ้อมไฟนอลให้ได้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าเวลาครับผม
We will try to get on our best performance and we will try to play like we are practicing so we don't feel much pressure on it
Okay not much pressures Tell your player no pressures Okay thank you NKT JQ to join us for the interview and now let's watch highlight
It's great to see NKT back on track as they are looking to lock their grand finals, which I do believe they've been able to do so in the past couple of rounds as they've scored themselves the big chicken dinner back in the first round of Erangel, and they've been on solid form since.
Of course they don't have any pressure. They're already in the grand finals. Now it's gonna be Zerja that's not playing, watching the teams. Will they able to be pushed down by the others or not? Well, for NKT, that was the most important chicken dinner for the entirety of the league for them here today. That's why I say they definitely deserve to be celebrating now, but too early because we still have grand finals next week. But the other teams, on the other hand, PEA pretty much on the brink of being pushed down. If TODAK, it depends on TODAK performance, really.
Yeah, it's really down to TODAK and Team Secret. They only got about 3 games, or should I even say 2 games, to book up with. So this is definitely going to be really, really tough for them as we look towards what's going to be offered in these upcoming rounds. As we have definitely seen big moments coming in from the likes of RRQ from that last chicken dinner. They are definitely blazing the trail right now, as you can probably see on the table.
Now, talking about the Super Sunday collected points, it's going to be everything that's super important. It's not important for us to see the first page, but maybe for Alter Ego, well, they're probably going to have a better head start compared to the Xaviers. If they don't realize for the Xaviers how much they have to get the points, they should wake up by now because today they are definitely quiet. Same goes for the side of Boom. If they want to compete with Alter Ego with a 30 points head start, or they just settle down with 22 points as a head start. It depends on them. But we want to wait and see when it comes to second page. Keep your eyes peeled out for the top 16, how much of a gap there is and how much left they need to push.
Yeah, and it's still very much within reach for the side of DX to chase up against Alter Ego. Boom definitely had some really rough games so far, so they can't afford to let it slide, where BTR is also catching up to them eventually, so couldn't really rest on their laurels just yet. I really want to take a closer look into how many points does TODAK have at the moment, and this is going to be the focal point. 20. They're at 18 with just 20 points, so in order to overtake, they need to now look towards knocking down PEA.
Yeah, I think everybody focusing on Zerja. If they can push down Zerja, TODAK and PA both can qualify. For PA, they need to get themselves 46 points. Like I mentioned before, 46 points would be the perfect number for the teams that want to get themselves in the top 16. But for first place, congratulations, we're going to see them in grand finals.
Yeah, and that's where we'll be locking our teams to be moving into our upcoming week's grand finals 3 days run. So now with only 3 maps to play here in our final Super Sunday, this is going to be the last round of Erangel. And after that, back-to-back Miramar we go, Choo Choo. So all eyes are on these Malaysian teams. Will they make it through to basically knock out Sersha?
True, speaking of Zerja, well, unfortunately, they're not playing. All they can do is just wait. And I bet right now they partially feel like crying. But just to clear the atmosphere for a bit, you guys can't compare. I mean, yeah, great. I did read the chat just now. You guys comparing about their past achievement. I had this conversation before we get into the Vietnam region conversation. Okay, we get into this conversation first, Contra. You can't compare the past achievement of teams. Even like, I know there's going to be a lot of backlash when me stating out that yeah, we do have the legendary twins of Zaxi and Luxi. Even then we cannot compare it now, because if you want to factor in for the past achievement, you have to reconsider regarding the format. Back in the days, the format is super different. Right now the format has been so rough for the players. It's so difficult to compare. It's like comparing apple and oranges now.
Yeah, both are still fruits. These are for them to earn, you know, like they need to gather points. But it's a very different taste, a very different feel. And overall, if we talk about even past achievements, you look at GeekFam, they have always made it really deep into grand finals and such. And now they're nowhere to be seen in the grand finals. And these are just the changes that is being brought into play. Even Team Secret, you know, back in the days, they have some really legendary runs even into global stages. It's really sad to see that they didn't even get to qualify for a Super Sunday round. So we have to say goodbye to some of all these teams. It's not that anybody's playing bad, but it's the nature of the tournament. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to take the L. So
yeah, that's why it's fun. Then if everybody wins in this tournament, then what's the point of having a tournament in the first place, right? But speaking of the comparing, I wouldn't mind if the players comparing when it comes to their prime time of back in the day certain teams and compared to now, or even their firepower. That kind of comparison is pretty fine for me. That's fun to compare. But when it comes to achievement, it's kind of unfair to compare it because of how different of performance and due to the format itself. Example, back in the days, we had an entire week of accumulation. Then whoever get the most across the entire team, like entire tournament, where we had very long marathon, hardly a sprint. Only the sprint we had is going to be the grand finals. But these days, the sprint is going to be pretty much all of it going to be a sprint. But the sprint has been categorized into different sprint. It's going to be a very long marathon, but there's segment of sprints in between. So they have to keep it always up there for the teams.
I absolutely agree on your sentiment right there, Choo Choo. And this sprint, it really dictates how long could they run for and at what pace are they running at. We got about 20 seconds before we move into the matches, and I definitely have seen, you know, over the years, the tempo of games have just gotten faster and faster as we will rally on into our final round of Erangel for our Week 3 Super Sunday here in the PMSL Southeast Asia. Let's go.
Let's focus on the present, and right now, one step at a time. For the teams that actually haven't made it through to the grand finals yet, especially we talked about TODAK, we talked about even Team Secret. Team Secret have been dropping all the balls here today. They need to score it big when it comes to with only 3 maps, including this one, to just get the numbers up. But for TODAK, it's not too much as Team Secret, but they definitely need at least maintaining the consistency and getting at 10 points for every single map here.
Indeed, that will be their game plan, but even that past round, TODAK did not really acquire points after all. So they need to recalibrate. The first 2 games were good on them, but of course, there's always hiccups along the way, which we will eventually look for that recovery. And we take a look at course of the flight as it starts off from the south side, or should I say from the far east into the west. We have build-up power all the way to priority. This is just up for the taking. North is just going to be a little bit of a stretch, but other than that, I think it's going to be just as per usual.
Depends on the circle. If we have SMB circle by end of today.
I want to see it, but no, this is going to be standard. A lot more onto Gatka and the rest of the field.
Well, maybe we do have a bit of a southern side of hospital, even if that sort of circle do kind of fun to watch still, because of how a lot of teams have to run into one direction only, and that's going to be a west side. But we're going to have to wait and see, will there any early victims here? NKT sharing around almost close compounds with BTR, Team Secret. Now, they are on Nova Rapnoye. They can take their own sweet time here. I suggest Team Secret I hope Team Secret actually play a bit slower, because right now going in fast don't seem to be the best condition for them. You know, we've seen these Avis do it before, and they definitely did it by playing a bit slower and just wait for the top 10 and start engaging with fights and just avoid all those unnecessary conflicts early on.
Yeah, that's the best way that they could basically maneuver around these early game until they could basically find themselves heading into stage 5 onwards. That's where you gotta start looking for some numbers as well, pushing through into the circle if they are not really in the right position to do so. PEA, they got to try something different this time around. I definitely went a little bit overboard on my statement earlier. But then again, like, that's basically what I see. You come in late, you got to do your due diligence to scout around. Or if you go in early, you gotta also take a look around.
Now we dive into the conversation that we want to have before. And speaking of, this is gonna be the perfect angle. We want to start the conversation. These Avis. I've had this conversation with Sir Cloud yesterday regarding PUBG Mobile scene in Vietnam. Right now we do know Vietnam is one of the strongest regions still when it comes to Southeast Asia, right? But if you compare with the level of gap between across all the talent pool of Vietnam region by itself, the PUBG Mobile talent pool for Vietnam doesn't seem to be a lot. Like, okay, it might trigger some of you guys out there, but example, Thailand. You can compare with Thailand, Indonesian teams, example here. Now, we do know Thai is one of the best regions in South Asia. And also, of course, because of how big their talent pool is regarding the players that can actually really perform in professional levels, right? Like, we don't have just one team that's pretty much dominating. We do have NKT now rising up the occasion. We have Team Flash, Infinity also pretty much done good themselves when it comes to getting the engagement of fights. And including even Malaysian teams, Indonesian team, no question asked that. They're definitely one of the best regions right now dominating in this entirety of the league. But even Malaysian teams who have new coming up, rookie team PA, still can perform as good as the veterans up there. Now, when it comes to Vietnam region, right? Yes, we do have Team Flash, we do have these Avis, but there's only these two teams, and these Avis has been going with the same rotation of players for quite some time. Now, if they decide to retire, who can actually hold up the legacy for the Vietnam team?
Yeah, I think like this is where it is starting to be a lot more concerning, right? I think like now we're looking at least the second or third generation of pro players that's been playing for quite a while. Like, we have legendary names coming in, with players from Box Gaming in the olden days, and then later on you have the variation of SLD and of course X Team, which is now the Savior, right? You still see someone familiar with the form of Lambo, but like how you pointed out, this is where it's a very small dwindling pool as compared to the ocean of talents that Thai as well as Indonesia have. And on top of that, I think that there also needs to be a way that they need to have a lot more, small little tournaments, whether if it's a scrim or so. It has to activate a lot more of all these younger crowd or even newer talents to be able to join in the ranks as well. And it hasn't been really the healthiest at the state. I won't just say it's only for Vietnam. Looking at Malaysia, we do have those newer talent pool, but it haven't been so rewarding so far. Speaking of which, Team Secret shut down.
We just mentioned about how safe it should be for Team Secrets playing around this map here. Unfortunately, they just going against it right now. Having one member eliminated early on, having a slight disadvantage here. But yeah, I mean, this is the time for the chat. Like even from anywhere, which region, wherever you guys from, right? This tournament is just not because of the pro players, it's because of you guys. So this is your tournament as well. I do see a lot of talents when it comes to the comment section because of how they have this game sense. This is why I love to read the comments sometimes. It gives us different perspective of the game, different facet of the tournament that we sometimes overlook. And you guys can actually try out for pros. You guys should, wherever you're from. Because you will actually contribute towards your region's strength when it comes to the bigger pro league. And, you know, just have more... I do hope we have more talent pool across all the regions across the world, really. Because it will actually change so much of the entirety and the quality of the scene here.
Yeah, and I absolutely do agree that all you viewers out there, if you guys have been, you know, playing PUBG Mobile on the daily and you believe that you are playing at a very good skill level and you've been following the esports scene to really understand what's going on, just go ahead, go out there, seize the opportunity. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun time for this with fair challenges, but it is always gonna be rewarding. And at the very same time, right, when we take a look at how things are going, as much as we say that, you know, these regions look like they're struggling, I don't really think that it's really the worst case scenario when we take a look at how in the grand finals we're still getting good representation coming in from, you know, DX moving into the grand finals, and from Malaysia where we saw them having such a bad week 1. Moving to week 2, we start to see a lot more better stuff coming in from them as well. Speaking of which, it's 7-9 launching attacks against Team Flash. And 2 members down and out so early on. There is Boom watching from the other corner as well. This Gatka region is just getting crowded up.
Yep, and we saw a couple of members of TODAK even engage against another team. I think it was BTR or TALON between those two. But speaking of coming in later, I think PA back to their classical rotations, yeah, knowing the fact that things didn't do so well for them for the past Erangel map. So they want to solidify their position when it comes to getting the top 16 for the grand finals here. But early skirmishes, well, we do expect this kind of rowdy start, even though it's just stage number 2, because it's the last Erangel of the day.
That's right, and they just really want to get as many elimination points as possible. Boom is just rushing into the compound, looking for that one member of Team Flash. Well, Crazy's gonna be up to this push as well. Quarantine's gonna go down. It's still gonna be Booms to claim.
So they're putting back Razy in the lineup. I think they definitely, Boom cannot actually leave Razy out. We can expect even Razy in the grand finals because Razy seems to be the key player for the side of Boom to find a good strategy and also a good opening for them to engage with whatever teams that's needed. But Flyboy just spraying over the other side. Fortunate enough for him, he actually spotted out you happen to be just across his screen here. But Sam now managed to get into Gatka safe and sound for now. No connection from the dots of the bullets being sprayed over. But Vampire is just now being taken bit by bit across the other side of the map by Boom. So it's going to be Sam9 just stuck themselves in between the crossfire of Vampires versus Boom. Now they walked themselves in a trap.
Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed out that the substitution came true as well. Now that Razy is back in the game, they look a lot more confident to really take on these fights. And with him being so well rested up, he's got this full engine running into the Miramar runs. I'm fancying the chances for Boom to be able to land some good score throughout these runs. Meanwhile, looking at the rest of the Infinity, not too much has changed from their side, as they're hoping to hold on to this lower side of Mount Gatka into the southeastern corner. Shots now being fired. I think they're still looking to prey onto Boom members from such a distance. Gotta be careful though, because FaZe Clan is not too far away. Meanwhile, inside Gatka, there's RRQ and VPE.
Vampires. I do have a bit of a crate. I don't see any swaps when it comes to the lineup of all the other teams. So far, they have been using the same lineup here, except for Boom. Boom, I feel like they definitely want to expose Flyboy more when it comes to getting experience across the Super Sunday here, because usually Frenzy and Razy will be in the same lineup. That's going to be probably their main roster for now on Boom side. But they give a bit more opportunity for the players that haven't actually performed as much as the others. But we have a very interesting circle. We might actually end up on the top of northern side of Pochinki if the circle will hot shove on the right side here, where Alter Ego already parked himself inside of Pochinki. That's going to be a bit urban warfare if we ended up on top of Pochinki. Hopefully no, because it's going to be a very slow, a lot of corners to clear up, and they have to use so much utilities for that to happen. But if we do have a bit of lucky streak here, we might actually have the open space on the outskirts of Pochinki for the next one. But RQ and BTR, TODAK in trouble.
Oh, this is not the way that they want this to go out. Lynx caught off. The entirety of BTR full sends their way into the compound. And even if they were to cut into other corners, RQ is ready to greet them out in the open as well. Now, only one member remains, or should I say no members at all for TODAK. Another 0-pointer. Now, all that there is left to play for TODAK are Miramar rounds.
10 points. Make it like 26 points they have to score in 2 maps. That's going to be rough. But Vampires, on the other hand, they are on the rise. These Avies, unfortunately, I don't know what happened to these Avies. After they got that dominating Super Sunday chicken in a day 4 chicken, that's the record here. They seem to lose their spark, but Lamborghini will still have a fight in him. Spotted out Fluke, Stone on the high ground. Tony K, that's going to be the one they should focus on, because Tony K is the wonder boy still. But Stone still bleeding out. I don't see Lambo can spot him up due to the curvature of the terrain. But Talon Rat Face 1v4.
My, this Boom is a different unit at this time. Now that they've got Razy just fully charged up, you see him just going for these 2 early eliminations, as he has been itching to play the game for sure.
Oh. Back about Razy. Now, this is why I mentioned about how Boom seems to be centralizing the gameplay with Razy, because he actually gained himself 2 eliminations. He doesn't stop himself from getting those eliminations, but we might actually praise him too much. But speaking of Razy, Flyboy and Misery down. That's Razy trying to just do some damage control, but Axel, here comes a nade. It will land on top of anybody. Not yet. Razy's on the ground. Pombi and Yummy May. Yummy May with the DBS ready. Axel just spraying across the other side, but he needs to just reposition. The rest of Boom just came through. Yoru with the UMP. 99 with his reserve bullets in, but it's going to be Yummy May with the DBS. UMP versus DBS. Usually it will be the UMP wins.
And he's just trying to squeeze through, but the flow zone not helping him at all. Jump shot coming in from the side of Yoru. Shuts down Yummy May. And my. Boom. Bite way too much more than they can chew. Now it's only down to Pombits just moving around. Are they going to win the trade, though? It seems like they do a little bit of damage, but they are already skirting off. Pombit will try to survive the longest as he can. 3 points in total. Not too shabby. But definitely not the best we've seen for Boom.
Probably the worst performance there for the final week for Boom's side. Maybe they're just saving it for later in the grand finals. I don't know. I don't have any hopes anymore at this point. You're hoping, you'll be disappointed. The Xaviers on the other hand, they lost Paragin early. Spot out the Infinity, but there's going to be 7-9 and Vampire behind them. Play zone to finish off couple of players. I don't know why they're taking so long to get into the circle, but Sam 9 Kenny spot out Tony K, and that's the loss of Vampires. Unfortunate for Vampires, quite early this time.
Yeah, they were stuck really out in the open, so it's really tough as they got picked off one after another. A little bit more coordination would have actually benefited them a little bit more, but here comes the grenade exchanges coming from FaZe Clan and RQ. This is one fight I want to see. Victoria's eliminated off as the front line of defense. The one's going to be able to help him right now. Mormon tries to trade right back. There is going to be an Epecco trying to aim down onto that side where Mormon's holding. Does this actually open up the flank for the side of FaZe Clan? They need to find ways to react. It's only Mormon doing all the hard work right now.
Oh, speaking of reaction, what a Kirby from the Peko, dropping it back and dropping it strong. Spot down more and finish him off. And Vintorius will be on his knees. 9 noins left against PEA. FaZe Clan, they divided. They thought they will divide and conquer, but unfortunately they are dividing and in shambles right now. 9 noins managed to reset, but on the side of PEA down to Adam. It's gonna be Traxi IGL is repositioning himself, trying to find any sort of information from the outside. But Adam is gonna be a ring around the rosy, finding the corner out, but he didn't make it through. But wait, close enough. Oh, PEA, that was too close.
Oh my, got Adam very worried right there. He's just whiffing the first few bullets, but thankfully he just goes for a full dance against the final member of FaZe Clan. PA survives the cut. Now they start off with these 2 points to add to the block. I don't want to start calculating right now because there's still a lot more points that they need to work towards. But they could definitely be hopeful with that. FaZe Clan with that 2-2 split though. It's so far away that they split it up against. And it just was easy to pick off.
But next we do have the field warning shots from 7-9 dap towards BTR. For PEA, I don't think they can pick up Mizi. Multiple times they try to reset towards his side, reviving, but they need to carry him out of the blue zone first because it's stage number 4. They cannot heal him up unless they're taking out the blue zone. But the thing is, they're taking too much time to reset their lineup. For PA, they're returning very late. Next is going to be the Battle of Pachinki. U2 Alliance catch up by Team Secret. Team Secret in trouble. They barely got any points in.
And another one bites the dust. Only 2 members left for the side of Team Secret. Jiki just trying to guard the inner city of Pachinki right now. U2 Alliance will have a tough time to move out of that ditch. There is a buggy, but you can see that the tire is being popped, so it's gonna run on very slow wheels. Meanwhile, taking a good glimpse of how things are going so far. Are we gonna go for the urban finish? No, it's not gonna be. And Alter Ego will take control of the center. They're not directly on the hill. They are taking the shacks right through the potato fields instead. So U2 Alliance, they can capitalize this hill. They can take over control.
They need to go now. If they're later, there'll be some other teams taking their high grounds first. They definitely have a prime spot for the U2 Alliance. Not just that, nobody will contest them to get in their spot in the first place. The rest of all the other teams coming up from the northern side, they have so many teams that have cut across just to be in the safe zone. It's going to be thinning out the crowd from the north there. Maybe probably just one team survives. But here comes RRQ. What a sardine can. UAZ and Triple F. That's represented right across his eye. And KT easily finished them off. They're not just getting themselves in the grand finals now. They definitely don't have any pressure anymore. Obliterated the entire crew of RQ. Still won.
And just look at how many times that people try to go up against NKT on their defense, and they just fail miserably because our NKT is just so good at holding out. And you just love the confident players of NKT after getting that points enough to qualify for the grand finals. Now they look a lot more better taking fights.
BTR spot out 7-9. Infinity challenging U2 Alliance. Here comes the Nate. We talked about capitalizing over their high ground. Seems like they're taking their sweet time for U2 Alliance. Trying to gatekeep whoever tried to take their advantage from the backside. And Leon's giving away some warning hand grenades, but the angles will be difficult for Infinity. We saw how it bounced back towards their faces just now. But 7-9, unfortunately, it's going to be the end of their Erangel run. We're left with only 9 teams there. Well, Infinity tried to flush down Leon, but he can handle this by himself.
Should be able to eventually do just about some chip damage towards the side of Tiger X. A little bit of spread coming from the rest of the Infinity, needing to rely on a little bit more of the terrain as well as some smokes to get by, but they are sneaking underneath the noses of U2 Alliance because they know that this hill is going to be absolutely valuable if they do take over control. It's basically the endgame area to play at. So U2 Alliance, you got to also be on the lookout because more teams will eventually look their way. RQ finds something on the other side. It's going to be NKT members now going dominating.
For Infinity, it's still going to be a hard breach on the southern side. IQOO being eliminated despite they had a crazy run earlier today. Them with TALON. Both the top two seems to be out of this equation of Erangel and KT. What is going on? BTR spotted their migration, exploded their vehicle, while PA taking on BTR. They cannot focus on one vision only, one angle, because seems like Beta attracted too many attention on the side. Infinity, on the other hand, it's going to be a long hike for them. Hopefully they do have enough utilities for later.
Oh boy, not the flashbang, man. I think Luke is just struggling to try to keep himself safe, as he definitely wants to actually go for the peak against the rest of the Infinity. Meanwhile, on the other corner of the hill, it's going to be DX holding down against the rest of BTR. They're going really close against each other. NKT, they had their struggle taking those fights, and now it's only going to be Mr. Joe left. He's trying to squeeze past. Now with the update, it will go further towards the territory of Udo Lions, as well as Alter Ego, still unchallenged, but DX, they found an opening against Lepar.
Coming in with a rush, here comes another knockdown on BTR. It will be cooking up and probably half fried. Down BTR, they're definitely obliterated, toasted. That's gonna be a D Xaviers toast them out, but it's not done for D Xaviers yet. The moment they thought that it's gonna be a minor victory for now, there's gonna be another team shooting from behind. I'm not sure who that is, but probably Mr. Joe. Yeah, it's Mr. Joe Contra. This is Mr. Joe.
Ah, man, he is pretty much exposed. Now he tries to detonate the vehicle. Just hope that it does not really blow him to bits later on. It's going to be obvious, though, for whoever's on the top of the hill to eventually check onto that angle. But it's going to take a while before they even get there, because they got bigger fishes to fry. This is still unsettled. The Infinity, Udo Alliance. I thought all of that ruckus, all that grenade would have resulted into at least one kill, but these guys with that discipline, so good.
What do you mean discipline? They don't have a choice.
That too.
Nothing to do with discipline, man. It's all about taking the angles right. The elevation's really pushing them through, but it's going nowhere. That's the thing. I'm concerned about these two teams when it comes to the utilities. When they actually want to fight for the chicken, I don't think they will have enough.
Yeah, that's definitely worrying. So it means that the Infinity, they have to win direct duels, just gun trades, as they're basically expending more and more, trying to flush off Leon's. It's been a tough ordeal, this uphill battle. Somebody's got to send it all the way up there. Now there's a good connection onto Leon's. And Hans for you. Meanwhile, from Alter Ego, spots more members from the side of PEA. PEA's in trouble. One member left.
For Team Secret, well, good luck for the next map. 25 points each map, why not? But on the side of PA, all they need to do is just secure another 26 eliminations and points. And that's it for by the end of the day. But Tiger has finally get a bit of a bridge. You know, lights in there. Oh, Leons with the DBS, hoping to spot any silhouette across the smoke. Infinity! Tiger had got it first. What a reflex there. They tried to jump shot. Now this is going to be a bridge for Uno Lions. They thought they had it hold for the longest, but unfortunately now it's breaking point for them.
Yeah, with 3 members, you can see that they're giving a lot more spacing towards the rest of the Infinity. But the Infinity, they got themselves caught in between. Look at who's coming in as well. I believe that to be the members of the Saber that's slowly moving upon them. On their side, there's also 3 members so far already picking up those 4 pointers after that battle concluding. This top 5 is going to take a while. Mainly is due to these 3 teams on top of the hill. Whoever settles that has to fight Alter Ego. And Alter Ego's not gonna leave them that space. Or do they? They have to leave the shack. And now, that's gonna be a little bit more problematic for Alter Ego.
It's more problematic for PA since there's so many teams already inside. Good luck getting into it. And PA cannot afford to just go down yet. They need to get themselves in the top 3 possibly if they want to get themselves in the grand finals. They need more points. PA in dire need of points. They're just 26 points right now. If they want to push Surges down, Surges at 45 across all 3 weeks of Super Sunday. They didn't actually get into this Super Sunday. So for PA, at least they have 2 more doable, possible maps later on. But for Team Secret, 5 points. That's it for today.
5 points. Still feeling maybe a little bit more overwhelmed with the pressure here in the final stages of the tournament for them. This is their only chance. They already burned through rounds after rounds. And now PEA as well. They have qualified and they need to make good use of it. And speaking of which, all eyes are into the fields. Now it's only down to Adam. What can Adam do?
Well, trying to pick an apple, possibly. By Boy Chill. Alter Ego. The forbidden apple. You know that because it feels like impossible for him to come out. At least he denied the points against Alter Ego and U2 Alliance to just tunnel them down. There's no room for them to even breathe out there. But we do have a full squad of Infinity. Can they score the chicken here? Infinity since yesterday has been crazy run.
I do think that is very possible, as they've been playing with a really solid hold. All of them members still alive, and now Boyshield from Alter Ego spots one member down from the side of DX. This is gonna see the swarm of attack coming from the rest of Alter Ego, and at the same time, this is a chance for the Infinity to strike from the back as well. Only 2 members left for the side of DX. Meanwhile, after that loss of a member from U2 Alliance, we see them quiet down. They try to get a little bit more room from the south side. And now, closing in towards the top of the hill, Boyshield now dropping some grenades towards the side of Shadow. Is he gonna find him? Instead, it's Boyshield!
Boyshield down. There's down to 2 players of Alter Ego. At least they still have abundance of hand grenades, possibly with 2 left. These Avis playing with the DBS. I don't think it works from that distance, bro. But these Avis is going to be their best run for the day. But unfortunately, Infinity U2 Alliance, thanks to their Scafafa early on, now they're left with no hand grenades, where this is what we questioned before. They don't have anything to pressure. All they need to do, all they can do at this point is just spray with their rifles. That's it. And their UMPs. But Alter Ego still have 1 player, make it 2. They had a bit of a reset. But they have to just make sure they didn't turn their vision towards U2 Alliance and Infinity. Because right now, Alter Ego still can score those chicken dinner.
Alter Ego can have a chance at this if the Infinity as well as U2 Alliance clash before meeting against AE. Alva quickly restocking. And it's interesting to see how it has been planned out the way it is. The Infinity understands this hill is the end game. They defended it really well. Right underneath the terrains, they mastered this terrain. And now, up against the challenge against 2 members on the side of Alter Ego, Alva. I don't think he knows he gets shot right now.
Infinity Tiger X giving away his position, but at least Infinity knows exactly where Alter Ego's at right now. Have to deal with this one first. Here comes the DBS shot. Knocked down on Hans for you. Living with only Alpha. Ooh, the nade was so close. But it's going to be Tiger X. The rest of Infinity will have to clear it up. But thanks to U2 Alliance, Arctic steals away Alpha at the very last minute. Oh my, U2 Alliance, it was sneaky. Foxy indeed. But back towards U2 Alliance, it's back to ground zero between these 2 teams, Contra. They're done with their utils. It seems like they meant to be till the end between these 2 teams. They had to fight the longest one. Now they resume. It's going to be a 3v4 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and we are seeing them going on the longest tango of their lives. We're looking at a P90 in one of their hands as well. U2 Alliance does have a little bit more of an artillery, but as for the Infinity, they just defeated a fully stocked Alter Ego. So this is going to be a little bit more advantage for the side of Infinity, also with the numbers. And now Attic Luke's being chased. There's still a buggy on the side of Tiger X. 2 members swarming towards Olio. Big Nate dropping in. Is he going to find anything at all? Doesn't seem to be the case. Now Jimmy with a P90. How much damage can he do? Here comes the buggy!
Who needs a P90 when you have the buggy? A bit of a drift coming up from Tiger X. Here comes the jump shot from Gov Tony. Finish off Article, leaving with only 1 player left. Olio, can he clutch this for the entire team? But no! Despite being shushed out, denied the entry into the southern side just now, finally they managed to get a bit of a revenge after such a hindrance of U2 Alliance, making sure they cannot get into the circle. But the moment they shut down on 1 player of U2 Alliance to get themselves in the center, Infinity, they are back since yesterday.
It's great to see them winning chicken dinners since yesterday till today. And my, That is how you play the low ground game through these hills and battle it to the top of the podium. Let's take a look at some numbers as we have Tiger X here with the most damage done. Rightfully so. I mean, guy doesn't even need the buggy to do that damage. Look at this guy. He's got 400 bucks.
399. Make it 400. We don't have these numbers ever before, where your damage output is pretty much the damage you receive by the end of the day. Tiger X is only one more damage, and it's pretty much balanced out whatever you receive and your damage output as well. But when it comes to Infinity, it was a great team fight. Despite they didn't have throwables contra, they still managed to win the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I wonder where did that one extra damage got hidden out, right? Like, so that he stayed alive with that 1 HP, perhaps. So, with that said, Tiger X, he was relentless, but what a game, what an ending. I, for a moment, thought, you know, Alter Ego for sure is gonna be giving a lot of challenges. It seemed like the Infinity didn't give them any room to breathe at all.
But for Infinity and Utilize, the utilities just now pretty much just exchange hands between themselves. But let's just relive the moment and the highlight for our last Erangel of the Super Sunday.
And the Infinity has claimed yet another beautiful chicken dinner throughout the course of the week. And this time, on the Super Sunday, they score huge with a 15-pointer. But it was a long battle that they had against Udo Alliance that have been able to garner 12, BTR with 10, 9 for Alter Ego. As we also see a hefty amount of points to be distributed to DX and 6 for PA. Very important points for them.
As long as TODAK don't score more than they do for PEA, I think it's pretty much solid for them to be in the top 16. But NKT definitely already overtaken Zerja, so Zerja still have a slot in the grand finals for now. Since TODAK didn't score any, Team Flash, well, I won't worry for the other teams so much, except for Boom, Xavier and Alter Ego when it comes to getting the head start points, because this is the last Super Sunday before we're heading to the grand finals. Only the top 16 across all 3 weeks will get themselves in the grand finals here. But we're done with our map here. We're gonna go for the overall rank rankings. RRQ for this week, they scored 43 points, and KT rise up the occasion with 36 points. Infinity back here with 25, tie with TALON, but the difference is going to be the chicken and placement points for their tiebreaker.
Yep, and heading into the second half of the Pager, TODAK right now still stuck on that 20 points right now, needing to look for those extra to give chase to PEA, because 2 maps to overtake some of the teams that are not playing, especially Xerxia, is going to be a tough ordeal. So we might see the Titan, we might not see it, but here we have the head-to-head between Lapar and IQOO.
Damage-wise, definitely Lapar are just taking the dominations, even eliminations and assists. I mean, like, when it comes to firepower, you have to agree. BTR players, definitely all-star players, all heavy hitters out there. But the Alliance is pretty much trying to give and take whenever they can, whatever they can. But also, eyes on to our top gunslingers of the team. Well, BTR, despite they being eliminated early, they got 1 point of placement points, but their eliminations wasn't just a lot, 9 just now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's just plenty of it they've garnered through. They didn't really go directly in the center of Gatka. They went in between Pachinki as well as Gatka. They were in that perfect position to pick off all the other teams out there, which is why they got those huge numbers. And things are just looking great for the side of BTR right now. But looking at the final 2 maps remaining, who do you feel has the best chances moving into Miramar? Because it's always been a change of hands throughout all these runs.
Well, it has been alternating between the Indonesian team and the Thais. They are the strongest in this region for now. We haven't seen a lot coming up from Vietnam team. Even the Xavier's been shutting out quite early this time and this week. So I don't know. I do hope the Malaysian teams and the Vietnam will try to score themselves the last 2 Miramar map. But we do know this is going to be the favorite map coming from the Thais, as well as Boom favorite map from the Indonesian side. But I don't know, Boom today, I don't think they're dropping the ball, but I feel like they trying to do something else. The preparation probably for the grand finals.
Yeah, it really feels like it's a very different approach that they're going for. Like, you did mention that certain positions when you have bonus points, it's pretty much some meager singular vision that they could still be able to catch up to, which I think by then Boom will have enough of a recovery time. It's been what? Back-to-back 3 weeks of action, and some of these guys have also had to pull through into all these Saturday runs of the last chances. And how many games has it been? Like, I'm pretty sure that these guys are also feeling a little bit more of that mental state exhaustion.
I think a little bit is an understatement.
Yeah, like the little bit is like this.
Not really, it's probably more than that. I think some teams up here, which they're playing this Super Sunday, some of them didn't even have a break between the days where they have to play back-to-back, and every last chance stage you'll be in it too. So it's definitely exhausting with three weeks straight. Barely got enough time to rest. Whenever they have off days on Mondays, even their Tuesday, they have to revise regarding what they have to do for the next few weeks or next week when it comes to their performance. And speaking of which, exactly as it is, when even they have extra days for next week, which are going to be starting from tomorrow until Thursday, I think they're probably going to have 1 day break. Now they're going to have to revise for their plans when it comes to the grand finals, because that's where everything is super important, because it's the grand final will sit towards the World Championship later on.
That's right, and all eyes are on Riyadh on who's going to be the world champion of PUBG Mobile by then. But before we even get to that, we're looking at Southeast Asia to have such incredible talents. To me, I just really want to see, regardless of which flag overall from Southeast Asia, I want one of them to be on top, because we got a lot of great competitors globally. I mean, you take a look at all these other regions out there. There's monsters and beasts that we know and may not seen just yet. Of course, they are also going through their own qualification process. And now, 10 seconds ago, we're moving into Miramar very, very shortly, Choo Choo. I can't wait to see who will make the cut for the grand finals.
The biggest factor of this last map, well, right now Alter Ego stands at number 1 when it comes to getting the head start point for 30 points so far. With their performance, they're right now taking the lead across the 3 weeks of Super Sunday. But the biggest factor we do have to highlight, it's going to be TODAK. It's down to them whether they want to get into the grand finals or not. Because if TODAK get into the grand finals, unfortunately for Zerja, they might push down. Depending, it's going to be a three-way, three cycle there. If TODAK manage to just jump their numbers up to probably more than PA get pushed down. But if PA get more numbers and points than Zerja will be pushed down. Since Zerja is not playing, they can't do a thing about it. But it's down to TODAK. If TODAK can actually perform 25 points plus another 21 points in 2 maps remaining, which I know is quite a tall order, but they did have double chicken back-to-back before, or maybe a double chicken in a day, but it depends on the other teams. Will they allow them to do so?
Yeah, it's so difficult. These horse races, or should I say squads, they are definitely working their hardest. And my circle goes all the way into El Pozo Picado. This is a region that we've seen a lot back in so many tournaments. But this is definitely going to be a really rough ride for some of the teams that are not going to be around that facility. Because to get into the circle, there is a lot of teams that will form choke points through the highways, through the valleys. So it's all about getting that optimal position very early on and then play for the battles.
True. Also, it's down to the timing or rotation. Sometimes if you're a bit too far from... I mean, it's not wrong to play the center, or it's not really wrong to play the outside of the circle. It's always been the debate which one is better. It depends on the circumstances, really. If all the teams seem to be playing in the center, might as well... That's why the revision with the coaching staff and analysts is super important every single round afterwards. Absolutely. Or even by the end of the day, to know about the mindset of all the other teams. If all the teams seems to be focusing on the center, then it's okay for you to actually play late. Because then the crowd in the center will thin out. That's where you start to come in and just take advantage being the third party. The third party plays has been a great strategy across the entirety of the league.
I can't agree more with you, Chu. Like, we've seen so many of that, especially with Miramar being so prevalent. A lot of times when you knock somebody, you think that you're going to get that elimination point. If you don't tap it quick enough, somebody else is just going to steal it right underneath your nose. Now, some of these guys that are absolutely stunning at that, Alter Ego, we've seen, of course, all these Thai teams to be excellent as well. I think FaZe Clan's been doing really well in Miramar as of late, and I think that they definitely do stand a solid chance. So
don't praise them too soon.
I try not to. I try not to. Because last round was not convincing at all. They crashed out early, but they're not really in the best shape or form today. Miramar is probably something that they will be hopeful of. But when I look into that circle, I've been thinking, you know, Monte Nivo has always been that prime contest of an area. I don't really like the middle of Monte Nivo because if you're in, you're going to be stuck when you need to shift out of it. So
that's gonna be the challenge for the players if they can actually have a very strong defense. Now, there's not many teams that's pretty strong in their defense. It's Yudu Line's one of them. FaZe Clan is actually pretty good when it comes to defense, so that might be their best strength here they can actually work with. Now, also that I want to point out, every single region, I can't compare all the regions here, right? Because of every single region of the teams, especially the teams, we put aside regions, we talk about teams now. They do have their different strengths and weaknesses that we can learn from. For example, if you want to learn third party, look at Alter Egos, especially Rosemary and Hans for your position. They're pretty good at getting the third party whenever they can. When it comes to finding an opening, Razy from Boom, pretty good at that too. When it comes to Nate, I think Nate T from D Xaviers is pretty good when it comes to calculating the Nate angles. When it comes to defense, Yudu Line is pretty good. I think also coming up from FaZe Clan. And possibly, if you want an all-rounder, I give BTR. BTR pretty strong when it comes to whatever the situation is, but it also depends on the timing of the circle. It's just sometimes a bit off when it comes to timing. Timing-wise, circle rotation, we can learn from Alter Ego, we can learn from probably Vampires even, sometimes, but most of the time it's going to be our RRQ and Alter Ego. They're pretty good when it comes to the timing of rotations, when to get into the center of the circle. They always know how to chase a circle.
I agree. It always seemed like they will be able to find one way or another to be directly in there, or at least within the region of it. And speaking of which, I think we've seen a couple of instances of Sem9 versus FaZe Clan. This time they are meeting up rather early. It's only going to be Yuhai that's scouting out though. So I don't think that there's any advancement that Sem9 wants to take right now. Just gather that intel, and that's it. Deal with them much later on.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players have been put into a role that they not used to be at, or when they were in their prime time, like Rosemary, example here. Rosemary used to be an entry fragger, right? When he was on the rise. But now he's been put down, not really put down, he's been put into more towards a support and a bit of angle or flanker. So they give the opportunity to Alva and Octa sometimes to be in the front line, depending on who's playing. Hans for you seems to be a pretty good pair with Rosemary for now. And the same goes for Yuhai. And unfortunately, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it sometimes it fits its role, but I feel like it's a waste of potential because of how daring he can go for the front line sometimes for UI, about him finding an opening to get an entry to a certain fight. But now he's been put into a scouter role, more towards the front line and just trying to scout things out. He always been picked up early the first few weeks.
Well, from the looks of it, Sem9 has built a team based on pure aggression. When you take a look at Sem9 overall as a roster, they are some of the sharpest shooters coming in from the Malaysian region overall. And definitely everybody wants to be that entry fragger at one point, and somebody's got to be taking that position. And in that instance, I think that Yuhai, with his wealth of experience, once he has played back in the days in BTR, he has learned all these different types of role because he doesn't always get to be in the front line. So I think that he's always been careful enough. So, which is why Yuhai is being put into such a position again, which we'd love to actually see him on the front lines because he can offer so much more. But this is a more stable Yuhai as compared to, you know, back in the days where it's either 10 frag Yuhai or 1 frag 0. I give it a
very
bit
volatile.
Of 1. Yeah,
I
very
agree.
volatile.
Yeah, very. But when it comes to like BTR example here, BTR, Alter Ego, they are the teams that have the most assets when it comes as players. Can be like whoever you swap in and out, doesn't make a difference. All the players can actually pull their own weight and play their own role respectively well. So I think that's going to be like a dream rotation and dream roster for all the other teams to just elevate all the players' individual skills as they grow across the entirety of the league here.
I absolutely second to that, because when we take a look at BTR, not only are they good in terms of taking flights, taking defense, they're also good at finding angles, finding spaces, and right now they're in between everybody out there. This circle seems to be moving towards the hills as well. It could still end up on the outskirts of Hokkaido. So teams, they are gonna try to wrap around the edges, especially for those who are late, such as Boom. Oh, this is gonna be a little rough, but they are coming from the southeast. There should be an opening for Boom at the very least, but how much more of an estate can they claim? Because if you take a look at the middle, majority of it has been claimed already.
Now, this is going to be prelude for Grand Finals, guys. That's why we see everybody on edges and everybody is not engaging so much. Maybe trying to revise regarding their tactical of Grand Finals. Nobody wants to actually overexpose their tactical yet when it comes to Grand Finals here. It's still stage 2, no first blood. So I assume we might actually finally have first contact here between the Xaviers and Sem9, but it's just warning shots. A bit shy, but nothing gonna happen. So maybe nobody wants to be the first one to... Well, of course nobody wants to go out first. But unfortunately for Levi or the Xavier Shadows, that's going to be a clean execution by Low U. And we haven't seen Brian for quite some time. This lineup was Sen9, by the way.
Yeah, it's been a very long while. And it's crazy to think about it. I even forgot. Like Brian is also part of teamwork. He's also another sharpshooter.
You forgot Brian completely.
I mean, not completely. But I mean, throughout the course of the tournament, like we didn't get to see him at all. So I thought that, oh, was he part of this PMSL lineup?
He is. He knows
okay.
your casting. So Brian's like, yeah, contracts. Yeah, I might get Curse, I might get Jinx. So might
I'm
as well
sorry,
don't play.
Brian. But yeah, I really hope to see him because like he has always been touted as the next wonder kid, right? Like from seasons ago, he's been able to really come up really strong. He's been joining multiple different teams, and he's always brought value on the table. Now, this is the thing about the team, like Seven9 overall, it's just a firepower squad. Now, if they are more well-balanced on all fronts, we definitely see them really taking big rounds. Like, when we see them moving into the top 4 situations, Seven9 is such a scary team to deal with because everybody are sharpshooters. Super sharpshooters.
I don't deny when it comes to Malaysian teams, I agree when it comes to headshot percentage, they do have more than the rest of the teams, but it's always about picking a fight, you know. Sometimes they pick a wrong fight at the wrong time and just caught themselves in a trap. That's the issue for most Malaysian teams regarding their rotation and navigation into the circle, but we do have quite a tricky circle here. A lot of BTR players already take themselves on top of the mountains across power grid. If you're late, then good luck passing by there. Because all the Indonesian team already parked themselves on those elevations, and I do want to see example. I feel like when it comes to firepower and aggression, the Infinity RQ1 will be probably just on the top rank right now, but balancing both, probably Alter Ego, even BTI, I put it in there somewhere. These Avers actually can do it, but it depends on the mood of the day.
Now there's going to be a little bit of widespread situation. Elva all alone dealing with 2 members of the Infinity. Somehow Boy Chill will find 1 member inside of TODAK. Lynx knocked down. And on the other side of the action, there's also RQ tagging out to Infinity members. Now, things are starting to rally up a storm across the field as we see a lot more of these long-range taps. Teams are also trying to save as much resources as they can because they are expected to play on terrains. This is going to be a tough battle for cover and also for resources.
Just go and fight, guys. I'm waiting for something. Thank you, Alpha. You heard me. And it's going to be turning it down next. It's really got Tony. What a sharp shooting. What a spray. Just now, crispy one by Alpha. It didn't actually break any sweat to score 2 out of all the rest of Infinity. Only 1 player left, Logan. We mentioned about them picked off by RQ before, and now Alter Ego. They're passing by so many teams. They're passing through another Infinity. Unfortunately, they have to end their run for the first Miramar map, despite they got quite a number of elimination in the last Sanhok. Last Erangel. Hopefully, they will come back for the next and last map of the day.
Unreal. Yeah, I was just so focused onto Elva on how clean his shots were on moving vehicles. That's 3 in a row. Complete elimination of an Infinity. So the journey goes on. We do see Seven9 now dropping those grenades. Immediately connecting. It's going to be Kitty S. And we'll knock Adam down. PEA still not finding anything at all. So far, other than the 10 points that they found in these past early runs, they got nothing at all. Now only 2 members left. Trexie made it down. It's a beautiful one from Luyu.
Down to 1 player left. PA cannot afford to have this major loss too early. We're talking about the teams that desperate for the points. And they are the ones that be taken out of this Miramar map first. They should not have engaged, but unfortunately, they thought there's nobody there. Their late rotation didn't fare so well when it comes to Miramar map. Maybe they can do it in Erangel, but not so much in Miramar. And from Pam to the fire, straight into Team Flash's face. I don't see Blaze can actually survive this one. Yep, it's definitely been run down. It's actually Kiddo. Gone G. Down to the last night, and that's gone. PEA didn't score any this round. Oh my. They have to hope that TODAK will not perform. Oh, Team Secret will not perform in this one, but Team Secret has still full squad.
My. Team Secret. They will need to find everything on their hands here. The Savior now getting this push being pretty much secured by the rest of Boom Esports that were doing a desperate attempt, trying to cut into these corners of the wall, but it has been perfectly defended by DX all along. Boom had no other choice, and now it's only going to be Pombit left. It's always going to be Pombit to tell the tale to the very end of it.
When will be the end for Pombit? It's all about time now. But Gem Force, what a nade toss from above below. And that was a perfect toss as well, getting a discount day. These Avies 2 on the ground bleeding out. FaZe Clan can steal it away if they want to. Go ahead, Mela, cooking up the nade. Gem Force, you have to finish your work now. Still got 300 grenades and steal it away. Yeah, FaZe Clan just gonna steal under the noses of Gem Force, but still managed to reset.
Oh my word. Just look at how close that was, right? Lambo, if he was just 1 millimeter away or closer to the grenade, he's gone as well. That could be all FaZe Clan to claim. Oh my. Boom, they wanted this space, but it's like, even if they got it, it's going to be the same situation because DX is dealing with this right now.
Pombit's like, leave me alone. I won't be alone right now. Just leave me, guys. But you do Alliance, Team Secret. Now, we talked about Team Secret before. This is definitely going to be the... how do I say this? The determination map, whether they will get into the grand finals or not. If they've been taken out of this Erangel, this Miramar this early, I hate to say, they have to say goodbye to the grand finals.
Looking rather rough, I would say, right now, but Namkut makes it possible, looking for another point to be added to the tally. It's against Yudo Alliance. He's got the full squad scouted out. And they're all on wheels. They got no time to shoot right back. Dealing with this situation. And I guess that's all that he's going to get. But Alter Ego now spotted out Jiki. They're just taking this hole on the hill and they're still looking for more.
He whiffed it. Oh, he needs to take down Hounds for you, but lucky enough for him, the Blues will help him. I don't know if they managed to revive on break. Team Secret cannot afford to go down, but the rest of cavalry of Alter Ego is here. Oh, there's gonna be trouble. Prang, they also got burned off by the blue zone. At the same time, there's only right across GK. He probably just prepping out the nade right now. GK is unaware, oblivious regarding the position of Yudo Alliance player down there. With the rest of Alter Ego now pushing, giving the pressure as well of GK. But lucky enough, the explosion will divide the attention of Alter Ego to a side of Yudo Alliance. For now, that's going to be the last member of Yudo Alliance. But the circle, Pombit, will he be blasted by the circle now? Still.
My. Let's shift towards the side of FaZe Clan and DX. Okay, we go back into the fight though. Alter Ego.
Oh man.
They will just slowly wipe off the rest of Team Secret while Olio has been here, stuck by himself. Nowhere to go. He has to take up the fight. Zenfos is helping out. Where is Zenfos coming from? Oh my goodness. The fights are happening everywhere. Oh, he's on top in the middle.
He's still there where these Xavier's got obliterated just now. And next is going to be only fighting this for himself and Bug himself. Boychill and Alva do have those elevations. But unfortunately, Zenfos is not really helping him. He just wants to take this for himself.
He can take all that he wants, honestly. Take a look at this 360 view. I mean, you can build a penthouse, you can build anything you want here. I mean, that's a different game, but we go into this game here with him being able to seize any form of players that steps slightly out of the line. Meanwhile, up close and personal, it's going to be Team Flash looking for a full entry against the rest of RRQ, now defending through the smokes.
Oh, I don't think they can defend now. They got a couple of valleys there, but Team Flash, Conti will have to fight across RRQ just to get into the safe zone, but we do have TODAK. Now TODAK, all they need to do is just steal away from there as a third party, but Quanti doing so much work by the side of Team Flash, scores 2 by now. With TODAK across the other side of the map, across the other side of the mountain, they will reposition themselves knowing no mercy and Nexus, trying to force a fight against Team Flash, but the problem is they reposition themselves in a bad spot. Sam9 just next to them and they caught themselves in a trap.
Sam9, they're on the lower end. This is going to be a tough drive. Therefore, they might need to just run around these hills to look for an opening here against the rest of Team Flash. They just got them all surrounded. The only one with some spacing is Kenny, and that nade! even does clip a little bit of health, they're just gonna book it out. They know that this is not gonna be a fight worth taking at all against the rest of Team Flash. Great decision making coming from the side of 7-9. They make it past, but Luyu gets clipped off. Instead, coming in from the rest of FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan still having a full squad. Right now, 7-9 do have 4 eliminations, 1 knockdown on their side, 8 for Alter Ego. I mean, like, they're having great time. But I don't know about Gemforce for the side of the Indonesian team. They're also having a great time up there, but it just secured 1 elimination just now by BTR. IQOO, at least the Valleys will cover them temporarily for now, but Pombit is still there, buddy. Hang in there, buddy. You can do it.
Pombit tries to hold as many points as possible for Boom to, in hopes, overtake the teams that are currently above them on the standings. Meanwhile, Team Flash, this is looking to be a really firm hold against the rest of 7-9, who's still not really having the perfect areas to play. The mates are connecting, Dap now limping into the areas of cover, but there's not any cover at all. More and more coming from Kwang.
Team Flash giving such pressure on 7-9. They cannot even do anything. No time to respawn at all. But lucky enough for these Avers, it lasts them long enough to stay at the foot of the mountain with Gemforce right on top still. BTR will reposition, but Gemforce, he got quite a view up there. He can actually make so much work for BTR based on his position. But back to 7-9 for the outcome T. Next is going to be goes to Minivan flying. And here he comes. He dropped down himself and another one on his knees. Kenny, with help of Victoria's FaZe Clan, indirectly giving some 8 to a 7-9.
That was beautiful work coming from Kenny. He's looking for tree. And now he goes down from the nade that drops in from Kwang. Is it going to be Yu-Hai that will be able to triumph here? Kwang is going to be shot at. The nade now tossed in. And that nade connects. Oh! A wipeout. All done by Kwang. What a beautiful execution. It went down 1v1. And he just makes it rain.
But for Kwang, he doesn't have any first aid. Trying to find any bath boxes laying around, but no mercy. But never mind, Gemforce! Gemforce is still up there. Sealing away the last member of Team Flash just now. But unfortunately, TODAK didn't score anything anymore. They had 0 eliminations. I don't know about the next map. It's going to be their last chance for the next one if they want to go to grand finals here. But on the rest of Vampires, they do have 1 man knockdown. They have to take down all the teams that are actually taking those high elevations on top of the mountains. They have to just slowly climb up, hike up, but how to do so? Because BTR has been up there for the longest of time.
It's impossible to flush away that member of BTR. The rest of BTR, though, they are slowly positioning into moving into the low grounds to sweep any other teams out there. Whereas FaZe Clan, they've been taking charge of the south side. But now TALON has to deal with the rest of VPE. Boom had Pombit holding for the longest of time. And that will be pretty much over and done. Now only 7 more teams remain. TALON, they are just by the outskirts looking for a pick off against NFT. NFT passes through. And TALON, it's going to be a long journey ahead of them. And they're being cornered up.
Oh, Vampires against Talon. Misery, unfortunately, will not be able to just take away Shrap's position there. Vampires here holding and defending their fortress. And still got himself the circle, while Redface and Yuri trying to give support fire, but unfortunately they're a bit too far. And now they're trying to take down Genforce. I don't think they can and be able to do so. It's too small of a window. Genforce and the rest of BTR, knowing the fact they still might get into the center of the circle for the next round. And with also the Xavier sharing, but a bit of the middle ground position, will try to take advantage of Gemforce knockdown from above and steals away the elimination from afar. But Gemforce, he needs to find himself some ammunition. He's barely got any with that mini 14 and is running low with his resources, and there's nowhere for him to reloot up here.
Well, all he has to do is do 1-2 taps at a time. I guess that's more than 1-2 against Ventura. He pops a tire, or should seem to be the case for the side of FaZe Clan as they take over the compound. The warehouse seems to be the perfect spot for FaZe Clan for now. But take a look at where BTR is at once again. Directly in the center. And they got the high ground, right? DX, I'm just surprised they've been turtling down there. Even despite that nade connecting from Genfos early on, nobody committed. Not even FaZe Clan committed. They're still alive.
But it's pretty pointless if they don't have any bullets left later on, despite they got themselves the elevations in. Definitely it's going to be their game. If they can just keep the bullets reserved enough for the next few stages, of course, because right now when it comes to utilities, they don't have even enough to hold if there's more than 2 teams pushing at the same time. But Zaxi spotted on Yoru, waiting for that pixel shot to find the last member of Talon, but they're waiting for the Blues to clip down to Talon. Talon's in disadvantage. It's a plain sight for everybody to see. While Vampire is sharing the mountains, seems like a lot of sharing the shade of the mountain. These Xaviers and Vampires holding the foot of the mountain, trying to keep everybody else at bay.
Yeah, it's so awkward right now. Everybody's playing from the foothill right now. And over onto the south side, Vampire Esports hugging by the quarter wall. It's all about who else can they clear right now before BTR steals everything away. But that Beetle is not going to be of good use. Perfect angle once again from Genfos. Oh, he's going to finally seal a double. They're limping 27. In. And there's just so much more to take. Talon's out.
He doesn't have enough to give. Well, he managed to find some extra loot. I think somebody dropped him the bullets just now to finish off the execution on FaZe Clan, Mela and Mormon. But Mela will not, I will not give you this point. I will die to the blue, but I will try to crawl in the smoke. But yep, you just give him the point, boy. But Jam Force still trying to find with 45, make it lesser by now with SLR on Zaxis' hand as well. So it's going to be sniping game for BTR. While on the side of Empires, it's going to be Nate Galore dropping the GOT on his knees.
My. What a big one that was. Vampire Esports going for the exchange as well. These two members of NKT is so far off for Mr. Joe to save. The GOT. He is just on the other corner. That Nate just fell a little bit short coming from the side of Fluketh. Another white one at this time.
Ooh.
Oh, it does connect. Vampire Esports, I swear, their grenades feels like there's like some kind of tracker on it.
They cannot afford to toss another one, and they cannot go and toss it a bit closer to NKT because of how close BTR keep them on leash from above. There's also the Xaviers on the other side. So for 9 Noise, he's trying to just hike up, but I think it's almost impossible. Here comes Satar. Look at the nade being prepped and cooked up, and also Jam Force at the same time. Oh, this is gonna be easy angle for BTR, and they drop a big one to obliterate the entirety of the Xaviers. They lasted long enough, but for 9 Noise, this can be rough. This can be tough. He needs to go towards the death boxes, try to find some couple of grenades possibly wherever he can.
Just a deja vu of that earlier moment that we had. These two still trying to steal off each other. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports having Schweppes dancing all around. Boss now climbs down, finds the rest of VPE. He's got a little bit of tight angle right
One
there.
bullet to do what?
Yeah, he's really got to switch it up, but how much more does he have?
I don't think he has anymore. That's why he starts to climb down, knowing the fact he doesn't have any more bullets. But that one bullet remaining with that M416, there's nothing you can do. You have to have a headshot, but that's going to be difficult. But at the same time, they need to find those death boxes laying around where they just finish off the rest of these Avies. Just definitely try to climb down and find the boxes to reloot themselves and have to replenish the resources as well. But NKT that has been facing the wrath of Vampires, and now even the blue not making it easy for them. Oh, what a clear sight for you, duo. Leo managed to steal it away.
He's still alive, kicking, and now he reveals himself. BTR's gonna be what? Flubber! He got caught out, and now Olio, he's got to make a dive. There's just no way that he's gonna make it out alive. BTR is slowly getting caught out. More and more nades, and look at that, BTR. They've been staying up top for too long, and now VPE takes their time. It's the Thai teams arriving to the scene. They're all on the ditch though. Can they be revived? Is there any more nades coming from VPE?
Is
don't
there
know.
any more bullets for BTR? That's the big question. Vampires don't have problem to reloot themselves. They are on the ground. But FaZe Clan, they have to fight against BTR. Gemforce down. Oh boy, this is trouble. BTR, they have to climb down their high horses. This is going to be the last stage as well. And Vampires, they're trying to run away from the blue zone, but they definitely have more utils. And look at both teams. It's going to be BTR stuck in between the two titans of the ties.
I can imagine the highlight reels just seeing all these trays of grenades. And Satar, can he find anything at all? He still has bullets on his UMP, great. But these grenades really not giving room to the rest of PTR. Speaking of which, now it's on the part. He's gonna have the last lap. The zone closing in. MVP is out. FaZe Clan's final member hiding in the corner. Lapar, he's gonna get this game for sure.
Who got the chicken?
Wait, who got it? FaZe Clan?
What kind of chicken is this?
Yo! Can't we see this again? I need a replay! I need a replay! Yo!
It's the blue zone finish of FaZe Clan. And they don't even celebrate. BTR is like, yep, we didn't get burned by the blue zone. We won the chicken by blue. And they're running out of bullets. Vampire and FaZe Clan have to take them down first. They don't have resources, and it's down to the Blues and 2. You know what? You guys took this fight long enough. I think the Blue will decide who will get the chicken, and the Blue definitely decided it's BTR to take it away.
My, the whole run BTR conquered the hill on the final hurdle. They are finally pressured and bombarded with nades after nades, but they did not submit. Man, Lapar, last man standing. Kudos to you. You might just be the MVP for that. But the damage done, look at that. Gemforce was just a turret. He's a turret seeing everything across the field. 1,338.
He needs 1 million bullets for that because we don't see him. It was like, what, 1 bullet left in his rifles. There's nothing else in the Mini 14, but I agree when it comes to MVP. Yes, Gemforce did dish out the most damage, but you have to give credit to Lapar. If he stacked up with the rest of BTR just now, it's gonna be FaZe Clan's chicken.
And it's so hard to tell. I mean, okay, I can give the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, first, logically, Circle should get into the rec center, BTR should have the advantage. But with those amount of names, like, for a moment, I really thought that FaZe Clan landed another one. So, okay, this is probably one of the most exciting ones that we've seen so far in the Super Sunday. BTR with another chicken dinner today, and FaZe Clan fell short so ever slightly.
to give credit to our unsung hero, which gonna be the Blue Zone. Thank you so much for ending the map for us. But BTR scored himself 11 elimination due to the high grounds that they have got themselves 360 view vintage point up there thanks to Gen Force. Actually open up the space for the rest of the team. FaZe Clan scored an 8. Vampires, well 6. Well, I'm not surprised. Well, Alter Ego, no placement, no problem. 8 for eliminations and 7 for Team Flash.
Yeah, there's just plenty of eliminations for those that have managed to be participating in the battle through the hills, but BTR remain kings of it. And, you know, I got bad news, Choo. It seems like both PA as well as TODAK are still on 0, which means this is a very, very good chance for Sersha, despite not playing any games throughout the Super Sunday, to see a chance at qualification on our final map of Miramar.
Yep, good news for Zerja. Because I think it's almost impossible, not almost, definitely impossible for TODAK to just jump straight into 40 points. I don't know how they can actually do it. Nobody actually ever done that before. But for Alter Ego, definitely they are taking that #1 spot with their head start points by the end of today, with Boom and also D Xavier's having to place themselves on the second page. PA, they are at their 16th place right now. TODAK, 20 points, that is rough.
Just holding into the very, very final game. So it's really either or, right? Go down for PEA. And honestly, these numbers are not too different, but when we take a look at those numbers, what is that compared to BTR's run, man? Like, look at the damage, look at the numbers, and it really seems like throughout all these stats from FaZe Clan, I'm seeing a lot of 8. It seems to be their lucky number, and this is where Gen Boss emerged to be the top damage dealer, along with Lapar to be able to put the numbers through.
But still, we have Alter Ego players down there. Wow, that's fast. Thank you.
Wow.
We're heading into our last Miramar. It feels like a double chicken for today for BTR. The alternation between the Indonesian and the Thai. Will we expect another Thai team to score the chicken next? Because it has been these two regions dominating over across our chicken dinner for today. But I agree, Contra. If TODAK actually scores slightly more than PA here, but I think it's pretty rough because PA pretty much scored himself 30-ish by now for across all week of Super Sunday, or across all the weeks of Super Sunday. But TODAK, they just...
Yeah, they need to find themselves into... I don't know, if it's going to be the same ending, they take over BTR's hill. Would it be the same result for TODAK? I'm not sure. So... if they do find these kind of circumstances where they can take leverage or advantages, they should do so right now. It's something that they need to start implementing in order to basically get points in. Or else, Miramar, how else are you going to get points? 4 versus 4, it's either 4 or 0. You want to find ways that you can score for free. Just learn from the side of AE or so. And I mean, same goes to the side of PA BARUZ, right? This team definitely was introduced earlier through these couple of seasons, and now looking for a run into the grand finals. So it's either or, no matter which Malaysian team. I guess that the Malaysian fans will have to be proud of who goes through.
Yep, but also good news for Zerja Esports. It feels like 100% for them to be in the grand finals, despite they're not playing yet today. Not really the only team, because Pygmy is not playing as well. There's going to be only a couple of teams, and these are only the 2 teams that are not playing here when it comes to the last Super Sunday, but still managed to book themselves the slot in the grand finals. Congratulations in advance, but we have to reserve our congratulations when it comes to TODAK. If they really want to go for it, they still have a shot, but PA BARUZ also not in the safe spot here. It depends on their eliminations, which means TODAK, it will not be enough if they just want to go for chicken dinner. They cannot play safe, they have to get those eliminations, and they have to go aggressive.
Unless if there's another formula, right? You try to just play for that late game, win one fight in particular, that's gonna add up somewhere around 10-ish points. That's the only probability. I guess, like, for that kind of way for them to work with, because I don't see any form of way that TODAK suddenly turns up into a Super Saiyan.
That's the only way, bro.
Yeah.
Because if they really want to go play safe, they should have done it the entire day. to do it in the very last map, it won't be enough because right now we're talking about PA BARUZ, how much they scored for today, around almost 40 points by now. If you add it up with their first week Super Sunday, they scored 27. That's 27. And PA, if they scored more and they not being eliminated early, with TODAK, they only have today to have the scores to overtake PA BARUZ. I feel like it's pretty slim if they want to play it safe for the last map here.
Yeah, so it's either whoever emerges even better, right? And it's so much easier for the side of PA. All they really have to do, the moment that they win one team fight, things just get so much more increasingly difficult for the side of TODAK. That's how dire the situation is for TODAK. Unless, you know, if it happens to be like, oh, PA versus TODAK, and say if PA wins, that's settled. That settles the score. If TODAK wins it, then they will be on the race. So, I don't know, put these
You're
two
the
teams
most
into Picado.
meanest person there is right now to have to hope for these two teams that are so desperate to have the scores to eliminate one the other. Quite early stage, man. Now, we talked about the last map. I expect a lot of aggression be shown by the teams that, you know, the other teams on the top. Pretty much they 100% going into the grand finals here. It's all about trying to train and warming up to the grand finals.
Yeah, and, you know, I may have said that first. Don't bombard me with comments, Malaysian fans, because we are here to witness what's in store for us, which teams will emerge through to the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia. Here we go.
Let's have unusual circle for the last Miramar map of the day. Hopefully, we can get that maybe Partona or Baltimore or Puerto Paraíso for once, or even Impala. But hey, it's always gonna be it's 80% of land, or almost 90% of land in this map. If we ended up there, something is wrong with the game, yeah. But so far, it wasn't that easy of a circle in the last Miramar as well, Contra.
Not at all. It has been very, very difficult in that last round. For those, whether if you're late or whether if you're early like DX and you're stuck there, not much you can do. If you are late, you don't really get space. It's also very difficult. So it's really understanding the terrain, understanding when and where to hit your opponents as well. I think these are really crucial marks. Now, when you talk about wonky circles, you know what would be interesting? If the circle pulls to Campo Militar, because that's where PA likes to be.
Then it's gonna be PA to get those chickens, because they love to draw himself on the northern side. They play a bit slower. I was hoping for them to play how they played yesterday, where they got themselves the double chicken, where they kind of play in the center of the circle, because I feel like that suits them more, and a lot of teams did not expect them to do that. But when they take it back to a slower rotation, oh, thank you, game! We might actually have Impala!
Wow! It could still be Puerto Paraíso as well. Make it difficult. Make it in the islands if you can. Give it to us. Final game. And we will see which team literally is the strongest in Southeast Asia and maybe even the world, because we don't get this so often.
Nah, nobody will try to be the best here today. Everybody just trying to casually just we're trying to get a feel for the grand final, and that's it. Everybody just reserving all the energy, all their tactical, all their brain juice that's left with them after such a long, exhausting tournament. Just save it for later, which can be next week. Don't forget, it's gonna be Friday to Sunday, guys. Same time, same place. It's gonna be your own seat and your own comfy sofas. But speaking of which, today's gonna be our last day with Contra. I'm a bit sad about that.
Don't worry. I mean, you can just hit me up anytime. I'll be watching. With both you as well as Sir Cloud doing your thing. And I think by then it's definitely gonna be so interesting, though. The grand finals. I mean, we've already locked in. I can guarantee at least 14 teams right now. The final 2 teams undecided or so. So, what's the dynamic gonna be? Especially with those teams that are not playing for today. We got Infinity Esports. We got a few other teams as well. So that definitely will pique my curiosity of how this is going to work out.
For Vampires fans, don't fret. because we heard the interview by Vampires before, they play for the kaching kaching and the bling bling. So when it comes to the grand finals, they play 100% super serious because they won the slot for the PUBG Mobile World Cup because the prize pool will be $3 million.
$3 million.
The drive is going to be the kaching, man.
It definitely is going to be life-changing. You could... I don't know. What do you do with $3 million? Okay, let's say it splits to your teammates. You get...
That's dollars, by the way, Contra.
I know. So you turn it, whether if it's rupiah, ringgit, Vietnamese dong, that feels like billions to me. I mean, definitely it's not by the billions, but at least millions. But if it's in rupiah, oh, where do you... how does the bank account look like? How does that bank account
so many
look
zeros.
like?
I mean, that's going to be the prize pool, not for the number one spot, of course, but pretty much 6 digits, I assume, probably by the end of the day for even number one. So there's still, if it's Malaysian currency, you have to times almost by 5, 4.6 or 4.5. Still a lot though, you can buy a house with that.
I think like for certain players,
TODAK.
you can buy land for your whole family, and TODAK is getting hit so early on. Oh my! This is disastrous. This is the worst case.
It's like a deja vu, like the last map as well. TODAK, they should know what at stake here, or are they giving up by now, despite they have 4 fingers? And I don't think there's going to be enough fingers for them. If they need probably use 10 fingers playing the last game here, based on how much points they still need to push through the grand finals.
I mean, by now, they gotta use any extra fingers or so if they can to pull through, because all they really need right now, looking at the standings, you got to chase it up to 35 points to be well and safe. And it's all about this early contest for vehicles. And Nepeko somehow found an early weapon. Where does he get it from? Somewhere in the Hacienda del Patron. But that's a really open spot. Very dangerous for TODAK. And they shouldn't have taken the risk.
Well, it's kind of a normal and common fight when we talked about vehicle fights since the start. So I don't blame them. It's just unfortunate they didn't... I think they kind of know RRQ is just next to them. They know exactly there's going to be one team and just next to it. They did not expect Nepeko to just go and rotate all the way to his side that early and that fast. That's what's scary about the teams like RRQ, the Infinity, even TALON sometimes. When they see opportunity, they just skip the entirety of looting phase. The moment they got themselves the rifles, they don't care about their gears. They're just going to go straight. We even have knife fight. So many times.
It's always so interesting to see it. And I do think that it is definitely the smarter play. When you start a game, instead, if you're going to be near a vehicle or a weapon, which one you go for? If you get that weapon, you get both the player and the car. if things go well. If you do get like what just a machete, then good luck to you. You can't get the car. You can't get the player, then it's really the luck of the draw, right? So
yeah,
that 50-50, I think that aggressive players, they love to go for weapons instead.
But I agree with you guys that watching from home. Yes, it's going to be all Thai teams advancing towards the grand finals. Congratulations the entire region of Thais. Last season we had all Indonesian teams in the grand finals, but they are one of the most teams with anticipating in the league, which I think it was around 7 or 8 teams. But this season, with all Thai teams in, so 2 out for this side of the Indonesian team, which is going to be Morph and Morph and who again?
Morph and Void Donkey.
Yeah, Void Donkey. Unfortunately, I feel like Void Donkey definitely have huge potential. It's surprising how different of the Void Donkey week 1 and Void Donkey week 3. It's such contradicting. We're talking about north and south, hot and super cold, freezing cold this week.
Yeah, nothing has worked that way heading into the later stages of the tournament. And that's the thing, when you have teams that are promoted into the league or moving into a field with a shift of roster, they take time to adapt to the tempo of play. And sometimes they find that tempo really early on. They got that momentum. End of the day, we've always said that PUBG Mobile is always like a marathon, because you're not playing for just a day. You're playing for multiple days. weeks, even months. So it really felt like Boing Donkey kind of gassed out halfway through the tournament.
They're playing for entire year this time, Control.
Yeah, true enough.
It's gonna be a long year for them. Well, at least we still have another season. That's good news for us. It's confirmed. But the circle, Impala, let's go, buddy! Infinity taking the center with Oroki joining in with TODAK, and boom. P8 coming late. Northern side seems to be a bit vacant. The south might have a couple of teams, but center is quite crowded by now.
I see those islands. Please give it to us. I want to see that. I mean, these guys got nothing else to fight for, right? Other than, you know, the bottom of the barrel. They need to qualify, but hey, have a party, go to the islands, knife each other if you can. I mean, it's just about anything goes right now. BTR goes ahead for a rematch against FaZe Clan. They're on wheels. They're fancying their chances here, picking members out the side of FaZe Clan. Shots now being fired as the rest of FaZe Clan retaliates. Trang finds one from the side of Udo Lines as well. 9-1's first one to bow out. Mela down for the count as well. Beautiful work coming from Zuxi and Zatar.
Despite BTR scored the chicken just now, they feel like it didn't really count because of the blue zone, so they're trying to, you know, make a statement. We actually do win that chicken dinner with our effort by taking the fight head on to his FaZe Clan, but unfortunately, we do have a very similar scenario like how Jamforce was on the high ground, 30k this time. Can have a bit of a 360 view on top of vintage prime spot that is, but PA spot out the rest of IQOO, and the nade will be wasted for now, but the rest of PA regroup, trying to take the fight head on, but the reposition of IQOO, they should be concerned regarding this, because PA, IQOO never back down for the fight, they always reposition for the better.
It definitely looked to be very, very well control of the entire surrounding up towards the northern area. And that cuts off PA, despite the circle to be a little bit more forgiving for the side of PA to start off with. They're coming with a much later rotation, moving off of Tori Afumata, and now got themselves pinched against the rest of RRQ. Meanwhile, 30k has been torn in the flesh for the many on these rotations. Meanwhile, DX gets caught out. How many setups has it been? A lot of all these teams are just hoping to catch each other off guard. Damn cute fun shadows. That's two that many teams going up against each other. Two vital points for that Team Secret, but unfortunate to say the least. Team Secret, this is their first weekend. They could not find enough points to get into the qualifications. Now, they're playing for pride. Whatever they can get out of this game, it's all about the experience they acquired.
Sprays coming out from Leon DZ, controlling the barrel so well, but unfortunately nothing seems to be connecting for those shots on sprays. Bold and Brazen now he's trying to find a new target, possibly Team Secret behind him. I think we had too much fun today. We didn't actually commentate in a serious note, but Xavier's coming in, crossing the street, boom! Greeting him with open hands, but Pombit have to be a bit of a trading done, but it's gonna be worth it. But unfortunately it's 2-2 trade, nobody's winning that side.
My, the favelas are basically run by all these mobsters already inside of the city. And right now, Boom is definitely one in control of the direct center. It's going to be Flash that's been keeping their eyes very closely into this urban setting. And no island ending, we will be getting the full wraparound inside of Impala to seal what's left of the PMSL, as we are looking at Nate Dolores coming in from the side of Flyboy.
What a toss! That's how far that toss can be. Are you kidding me? Flyboy and Raze are really flying those nades away.
Yeah, if he was just skewed towards the left a little bit, I won't be surprised if he actually finds a lot more than what he has bargained for.
One coming out Team Flash, they don't have to worry about their backs, but the one that should be worried is going to be TODAK. They are stuck in the center and in dire need of any way to exit out. But lucky enough, BTR Nates actually slowly chip down the rest of Boom players instead, with Razy across the other side sharing the same compound with BTR perhaps. Here comes Cleon responding to Bombit, but unfortunately over-tossing it. And KT fighting against TALON, and KT fighting against Sam9, and Sam9 finish off NKT. Back to us, TODAK, Boom versus BTR here. Sorry, Infinity. I'm surprised they haven't taken any actions yet.
Infinity, I think they're just holding down the line and just assessing the situation right now. Pombit makes a run across while there is going to be a little bit more room for them to breathe. Pompit tries to survive, and he will nonetheless. He managed to go into a safe refuge with his teammates in the vicinity as well. VTR, they are in a phenomenal form for the entirety of the course of the evening. And right now, they're really looking like the final bosses here. TODAK is just going to be across the corner, just one empty house away from Boom. Meanwhile, on the south side, we have this battle. NKT as well as TALON. Finally get to see it. And Joe! Oh, he got clipped by Red Face.
That was a long toss of nade, but here comes TALON. Look at how they're boxing into us NKT. Here comes the rush, and here comes the flush. Misery slowly climbing down and might actually spot the GOP. He got stuck himself there. He got stuck with the buggy. But back to the side of Yoru. Misery, the moment he unstuck, that's where the GOP happened to be peeking out. Yoru trying to do some damage control for the side, clearing the corners, and knock down on the players of NKT, leaving with only one left. It's gonna be Spider Tan with the DBS in his hands and prepping the nade possibly, but hello Blues and welcome back.
Yo, Yoru, he just empties out the entire UMP and now he is definitely looking to secure it. What more can they do this time around? NKT, they're held by the zone like you said, and no matter how they want to fight this out against TALON, it's looking very unlikely. But the run for today, NKT, has been incredible. This is the success story of a team that had the confidence to play their game and reap the reward. They were basically starting from ground zero. And NKT, they got that lifeline run. But no matter what happens here, the rest of these two teams will eventually meet up with 7-9 waiting at the wing.
Now on the side of TODAK, there's still a shot for them as long as they score, what, around chicken dinner plus 15 eliminations. Perhaps actually can score themselves, but when it comes to the numbers, we still have 16 teams intact, by the way, and what a congested center of the circle, but there's still a lot of teams on the outskirts of the edge of the circle there. It's gonna be rough terrain for them to work things out to get in. Speaking of which, oh, TALON just passed by Sam9. You are waiting around the corner. Surprise party it is.
And he's just all surrounded. TALON, they put the wrong spot. It is absolutely guarded by the Tigers. And now with those signal warning, TALON left with only 2 more. Axel hungry by the corner of the warehouse, and the rest of Team Secret, they're moving by as well. Team Secret, they want blood. Can they find any at all? Axel fighting back as if he's part of 7-9, but he's absolutely gonna get crushed.
Strong. Finish off the rest of TALON now, leaving with only 1 more player. But hey, calm down, Rosemary. Here comes Rosemary. Wants to steal it away from the sidelines, and here he goes. Park himself, pulled out. He got shot down by Break instead the moment he pulled over. But Sam9, exchange of nade between Team Secret and the Mendoz. This warehouse will be heated up right now. Rosemary rejoined the group after backline, having a bit of a reset, but they will reposition here. As long as Break is still watching on the side of Alter Ego, the rest of Team Secret still can focus on against M9.
Oh, the flanks coming right through as well. This is that golden alleyway. Jinky has to find the trades working for him, but he sees his members fully shredded up, and his jump shots coming from depth that clears the entire walkway.
Trung and Sam9 having a go still. Sam9, here comes the rest of Alter Ego, reposition at the back once more. Taking another go, but Sam9 losing. Man, same goes for Team Secret. Both teams will not win this one out. Team Secret actually got themselves a domination down there, but unfortunately being eliminated. But here comes TALON. Yoru is also in here. What is happening? That last play of TALON is still around that corner.
My, the fight never ends! And Rosemary will find the shots onto Kenny's, and that nade just looked so beautiful. We definitely thank Team Secret for participating in the PMCL. Well, I say PMCL. It's actually PMSL. I gotta get my head straight. Man, it's been quite the fascinating journey so far. But, man, Team Secret, better luck next time. Well, we take a look at how things are going so far inside the city of Impala. I think it's been a gridlock situation. None of these teams can get out, and they're just hoping for teams to make some mistakes.
RRQ, they had this chicken before, exactly in this circumstance, and exactly the same terrain they played with, so definitely they know what to do here, because that's how they scored the chicken last time in Miramar as well. So they already put themselves way earlier than the rest of their team, will capitalize over the east side of the circle. And while the rest of us still a bit busy about the business going in the center, the one that might actually score the chicken by the end of the day probably will be RRQ.
It could very well be. And also, we take a glimpse over onto PEA. They are on the north factory of Impala. They're hoping to play it safe, which definitely should be the case. Any added points right now definitely will give them a little bit more relief. But all they really have to do is just to survive. Meanwhile, Boom somehow gets across the corners as two members inside of BTR is closing in, hoping to look for a challenge. Nate's now being prepped by Satar, but he's not going to pop it just yet. It's going to be Razy low. I don't think he has the resources to be able to heal up just yet. Or maybe he doesn't seem to have that area to do so. Meanwhile, Team Flash, they spotted out PEA.
PEA just need to hold on just a tiny bit longer. Boom, we don't see a lot of actions from them today. Sam9 Yuha got finished off by Plays, and that's going to be the last of Sam9. Back to the side of Team Flash. They're hugging the corners of this side of the circle on the northern side, just next to PEA. Happen to be sharing across the other side of the street. But for Team Flash, they're divided into two parts here. 2-2 formation, they're going in across the other two across the other side of the street. But BTR, they was shut down. Boom, bomb, it's bleeding out, and nobody will save him for now. But speaking of Infinity, they have been up there for the longest time, and the spread from BTR is quite capitalizing over that side of the compound too.
Yeah, it really feels like these members of the Infinity is trying to create Mount Rushmore with their names on it, and their faces on it if they do win. But, of course, jokes aside, I think that is going to be the perfect spot to be at, especially when it does shrink through. It may not even end up in the middle of the city, as we're looking at stage 5 at the moment. It could shrink either ways. If it goes back in the city, then this is definitely going to be a tough, rowdy time. Razy holding his own. Yoru now hoping for a 1v1 challenge. Somehow he's still alive. How long has it been?
Very long. But I think Hans for you kind of sniffed up his position just now. The way he actually drives the buggy, pretty much I think he hears the audio cue of the Yoru, who probably just stand up for a bit of a second just now. But PA, I think we might actually have a shift of the circle next one, probably down south or right side later. But 10 more seconds to go. Everybody just pray, hoping that the circle will blast them. And Altaiko already have made their rotation to his RIQ side. They might have a bit of a clash early on. And Hans for you, well, it's going to be the Infinity probably score the chicken if they play exactly how BTR played the last one.
Trouble for the ones inside the city, though. And everybody has got to evacuate. I'm not sure if this is red alert, but who's going to win the trades? We see Vampire Esports hugging by the corner. There's two members on the side of VX. I think if they play it right, Vampire Esports can score a whole lot more. They're still at 0. I heard the shots coming from the side of BTR. And it just gets a lot more awkward, right? They even scout out Yudu Alliance. So how do they move out without getting caught by BTR and Infinity?
How do they want to move into the circle when everybody clustered up in the same angle? Everybody hugging at the foot of the mountains. There won't be enough space for everyone, but at least we do have that warehouse or around the sort of the church kind of a building there where Yudu Alliance already hold their ground with. BTR still inside of the circle. They have this like compound. How to cross the street? That's a bigger question there, Contra. The street is actually where the edge of the circle is at right now.
My. I think that we're starting to see all these pickoffs, and it is going to be a frantic situation for the side of Vampire Esports. The X is also following suit, trailing right behind them. I think for what it's worth, Vampire Esports will choose, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to take these fights, and I'm just going to be done here. Because what more is there to take? Because to run all the way back there,
but
it's
how?
impossible.
It's so many. There's so many teams around them as well. They're quite in the center there. The moment they start to, that's the same case for these Avies. You want to just rush in, go straight to the mountains area, but that's where Team Flash start to take action. And the moment you open fire, all eyes will just shift over to your direction here.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, of course, we see a little bit of pick-off going on. One member of DX pinned out. Only one member of FaZe Clan is left on another direction. As DT has got an interesting position. Okay. Buddy, you don't really have to be so defensive. We understand this area is just chaos all around. But the coast is clear for him at the very least. RRQ taking over that hill as we are looking at Schweppes actually winning the trade. Takes one member down on the side of FaZe Clan.
Trust the process, as said. Trust the circle they once mentioned, and nobody can trust the circle after this. But TALON will be eliminated next. Unfortunately, Yoru, he didn't last that long. I think we found it up by either Alter Ego or Infinity or even RRQ at this point. But Ventura is trying to haul for a FaZe Clan right now. I think FaZe Clan last member seems to be struggling to make sure that he will try to have a bit of a reset. Batman is scouted out on BA, Mizi and Trixie. Make it another 2-4-1. And Batman easily just finished off his 1v4, by the way. It's one person of Team Flash going in against BA.
And now they're just hugging by the corners of the container. They are just hoping to hold and find certain angles to trade right back. Meanwhile, where do we even look? What on earth is going on? I'm just seeing colors everywhere, but this is where we go back into Team Flash. PEA should be down and out by now. There's only one member left, it seems. But Alter Ego, they strike from above. RQ, they tried to hold the line down. Now it's only down to No Mercy. No Mercy's by the truck. Hunts, he's getting caught out as well. Oh, is this going to be a 1-for-1 that we've been looking for? Rosemary. He breaks the door open, and he's got the Groza at the ready.
All hell break loose now all of a sudden due to the circle shifted away. Rosemary tried to do all the job by himself. Finish off. Oh, the explosion kind of no mercy shown at all. Rosemary going for the prone, but down to only one last play. He needs to finish off. Oh no, he managed to secure that kill. Rosemary clutching for the sake of Alter Ego. They definitely got himself a head start points for this season. 30 points in the hand for their grand finals. But Boom versus TODAK next. Vampires being eliminated. BTR still is going to stay quiet. Infinity, they are cruising up there. But TODAK fighting their way towards Boom. Boom lost against TODAK.
They finally win the fight. And they make it to the top 6. Is it possible? Now they have to deal with BTR. Last chance. Last one down the line. PEA gone. No points acquired. TODAK with 4. They just got to ensure they stay surviving. Satar could grab the nade. He has to dodge this. And now they take them on. Satar goes down. Is this going to be it? TODAK. He has to fight Lapar. Lapar getting tagged up. They win that trade. TODAK now with 5. And they make it to the top 5.
Quanti just casually still away in the last minute. Team Flash scored an 8 across the board. Same amount of eliminations by Alter Ego for now. Oh, Team Flash had know how to work the angles around this rock and also this mountain. While TODAK, they try to last as long as they can, but unfortunately, the Blues start to clip down. And Team Flash just gonna push the numbers up, but unfortunately, it's gonna be Karma hit them back. Infinity stole the eliminations against TODAK just now. And here comes Infinity. They're trying to take down Team Flash.
5th position, 5 points. I'm uncertain if that's gonna cut it, but we continue on with our battle to see who's the next king of the hill. The Infinity, they look for an arc of redemption. Meanwhile, we have Team Flash, home squad up ahead, taking over the bottom side. It's gonna be hard to actually get the access to climb up. Even so, taking a look at Hans as well as the rest of Alter Ego, taking a different position entirely so. It's definitely gonna take a while, and there's no more nades on Gatuni. So
I feel like it's a deja vu, just like last map here, man.
It feels so much like it. Different altercations, different names, but is it gonna be the same result though? Is it gonna be all about the high ground? Because I don't think it's so straightforward after all.
It's all about the blue zone perhaps, because it's going to be last stage hitting and there's no more circle after this. We'll be down to waiting for the blue zone to clip whoever it needs to. And we have to give the MVP to the blue zone instead of the players by the end of the day for 2 Miramar maps in a row, maybe.
Very, very certain that there is going to be a very striking move coming from the side of Alter Ego. I think that they'll find alternatives to try to climb upwards. Infinity, they're playing very patiently, all the rights to do so. But we'll take a look at the current posture as well. Alter Ego is the one that's looking for the direct center. So they are basically playing for the end game as well. Wherever Alter Ego's hiding, that's closer to the center as compared to Infinity.
It doesn't make that much of a difference whoever get the chicken by end of this round, because it's going to be the same thing going for grand finals anyway. Let's go.
True.
I'm sorry, guys, but let's just go. There's no utils even. Maybe perhaps Alter Ego want to prove that they want to score the double chicken in a day, because that's the case for our when it comes to the chicken dinner for the day. We see a bit of alternating between the region and ties, and it should be ties, but we have different regions for our finale. Yeah, unfortunately, Malaysian have to bow out, and this is going to be a rare scene to have top 4 all different flags waving up there.
Yeah, it's great to actually see it where we get the best of everything. And also to take a look at the current standings as well. Udo Lines was number 4. They managed to get a few frags. Speaking of frags here, damage to being done towards the side of Opportunity. Team Flash is hoping to best the results of Udo Lines, and if they do so, they get those extra bonus points to overtake their position.
Infinity now start to take action. So an AUG and Goton is his hand. No hand grenade, no molly, no smoke. Chug down the energy drain. He knows he wants to go for the push. He heard the footsteps coming from Team Flash. We have to be extra careful regarding Alter Ego's position. It's on for you and Alpha, by the way. 1 for 1. Infinity Tiger goes down first. Infinity, they lost man despite they got this elevation in hand. Team Flash having a full squad. Alter Ego down to 2. It's going to be 2v4. But for Team Flash, they start to lose men as well, as Infinity got Tony spot out on one opening.
He's got to make a run though. The zone closing in, and he's got so little space. He has to run the other way around. He makes a leap of faith. Alpha clips him out. Is it going to be Alter Ego's win? They are taking that direct control. Then there's no way to passage. The Infinity is already down and out. Now it's all down to Team Flash. Big nade from Alpha. This is it, ladies and gents. Alter Ego looking to clean up the whole entire mess. And it's still turning it around, leaving MV 1 versus 1, and that is going to be it. Alter Ego takes the final chicken dinner.
Despite they didn't have as much man as Team Flash, all Infinity high ground with 4 full squad alive. Alter Ego worked things out with Alpha tossing the nade.
That happened.
Well, that's going to be a congratulations towards the side of Alpha. But yeah, enhanced for you as well. But what a game just now. Despite they are not as much firepower, they don't have enough men compared to the other 2 teams. But it just shows how experience and patience definitely is a virtue by the end of it. And Alter Ego scored the last chicken here.
And on top of that, this is also the smarter play overall. Like the moment I pointed out, hey, they're looking for the direct center, and they're also looking for some areas which teams will eventually go to them. I think that it will have actually turned out to be something really good. And yes, indeed, you take a look at Rosemary. It was a crazy moment that Alter Ego almost got wiped out and deleted by RQ, but because of Rosemary, they all survived.
That's why he's the MVP almost every single season. Between him and Tony K, they always fight for the MVP slot. I don't know for the entire league who actually scored the MVP this season, because we have a lot of good names this season as well. But 839 damage, 490 damage received. I mean, Rosemary, despite Alva actually tossed a nade for the chicken dinner just now, he definitely dished out more damage than the rest of the comrade that remains as a 2-player.
And here we go. This is going to be the final recap. I think we've had quite the hurdle that we've seen coming in from all the teams. TODAK with the last-minute effort to put in those 5 points. We shall see what will be the end result as we take a look at the highlights.
What an end for our run. Last run of our last Super Sunday in the final week, week number 3 with 14 eliminations. Well, TEGO. Well, they're definitely prepping up for the grand finals there with that 14 eliminations. But we have to take a look for TODAK with their scores at 8. Will it be enough to push down PEA?
With 8 points, I believe this is barely going to be enough. So this is where it is very concerning, because the last we checked, if I'm not mistaken, they need more than 10 points. So this is where, when we take a look at PEA, they did not get any points at all in this final round. So with all of that added up, congratulations to those who have made it past Alter Ego, holding into that number 1 for this Super Sunday run. BTR on the 2nd place alongside with Infinity and RQ. We definitely see a lot more Indonesian teams on the rise, moving into the top half of the page. But it's great to also see Team Flash on the final hurdle to push it into the top 8.
Yep, for PA across the last Super Sunday they had, it is definitely, well, I do want to build a bit of suspense just now, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. But yeah, 28, and we do have the overall rankings across all the league, and whoever will advance towards the grand finals. But here comes our weekly rankings. This is going to be the big congratulations for all the teams that qualified themselves in the grand finals. Alter Ego taking the 30 points as a head start. BTR last push for 22 points in the head start points for the grand finals. D Xavier's pushed down. Boom at 4th. Yudo Lions, FaZe Clan, Team Flash, RQ, 7-9, the Infinity, TALON, and Vampire Esports 100%. We're going to see them again when it comes to next week.
What a run it has been for the top teams to be able to also go in for the last hurdle. And now, all eyes are on Alter Ego to see how much they do with the lead in the grand finals. Now, moving into the ranks here, we also have NKT, Infinity Esports, and Sersha has managed to survive the cut along with PEA of Malaysia. Congratulations to them. And of course, to those that have participated, we also wish to see them on the next season. Thank you very much for the participation, as these are your teams locked in for the grand finals happening next week.
Yep, for next week, it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and this is going to be the first time last season PEA didn't even get in any Super Sunday. This is their first time to go straight into grand finals even, not just a Super Sunday this time. What a big improvement for this team, but also congratulations on the Thai team side. All of them managed to make it through for the grand finals, but we do have for week 3 MVP, well-deserving BTR Lapar. Oh my, still one of the best players up there. We have so many good talents when it comes to this season.
So for today's heroics, we can definitely see that he's always everywhere that BTR needs him to be. Other than Genfos, of course, looking for those scout angles, as well as Luxy and Zuxy doing their thing. You see Lapar to be consistently getting those clean amounts of damage per round, average of 477 every single map.
Oh,
wow.
I thought we were gonna all have the same poster. It will be easier for our production crew to actually do that. But we do have Octa. I personally love Octa in the line of Alter Ego. He's a very versatile player, is working so well for the entire crew. Alter Ego is just so dominating this season. And it's gonna be your base carry all the way with the average elimination. And even I'm not surprised the fact that he got the entirety of the season's MVP even by the end of the entire league and entire tournament.
Yeah, legend has it that if you repeat the words Rosemary in front of mirror 3 times, that he will appear in your lobby. But here we go. No jokes aside, we're going for the interview.
Hi everyone, now I'm with PEA Traxy.
Hello.
Nice to see you again. First of all, congratulations. This is your first time going to the PMSL finals. How do you feel now?
Okay, ini pertama kali untuk PEA BARUZ melayakkan diri ke Grand Final. Apa perasaan korang pada saat inilah?
Pertama sekali, Alhamdulillah kita orang rasa happy dan bersyukur sangat sebab dapat peluang untuk main di final PMSL.
First of all, praise to Allah that we qualified to the Grand Final. We are so happy that we qualified to the Grand Final and get the chance to play in PMSL Grand Final.
Congratulations again. What do you think has changed since last season that has helped your team play better and advance to the grand finals?
So untuk PA, apa yang berubah daripada season lepas yang membuatkan season ni korang perform and dapat melayakkan diri ke grand final?
Untuk season lepas, maybe dorang nervous sebab dorang pun first time kan main kan. So untuk season ni, dengan kemasukan saya dapat kontrol dorang lah. Saya dapat kontrol dorang punya nervous. Saya dapat handle dorang. Tambah pula dengan dorang dah ada sedikit experience daripada first season kan. So kita orang belajar sama-sama lah untuk jadi yang terbaik dekat PMSL kali ni.
Okay, if we take a look back in last season, I think all of them is nervous. And yeah, for this season, when I joined the team, this is my first time playing in PMSL too. But then I managed to control their nervousness, and I know how to control them when it comes to bad game. We still learning together, and we are trying our best to perform in next match as well.
Okay, hope you guys and communication lucky and everything go better. With final coming up starting at 16 spot, is there any special preparation or strategy for this?
Okay, untuk grand final korang akan start dengan nombor 16. Ada tak apa-apa strategi ataupun preparation yang khas korang nak buat untuk grand final nanti?
Untuk grand final ni, sebelum grand final kita orang akan training macam biasa, and kita orang main je lah macam biasa untuk grand final ni. Enjoy the game.
Okay, for our short break before grand final, yes, of course we're gonna do our normal activities, which is we're gonna training, we're gonna do the review again and again to fix our mistake. And then when the times come, we're just gonna enjoy the game and just try to perform at our very best level.
Okay, thank you for the interview. And now we have reached at the end of the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer League. And now, thank you all you guys for today and see you tomorrow. No, see you at the final round. Now, let's hand it over to our caster and go to the final toss.
Thank you so much, Miss Bo. See you tomorrow. No, next week.
Yeah, we gotta take a rest. It's been a crazy run.
Everybody need a break, man. Come on, Miss Bo. I know you're having too much fun there, but give us a break. Oh my god. But speaking of which, I agree with what Traxy, the IGL, the new appointed IGL for PA, such a big improvement. Because that's what lacking of last season's PA. They don't have the IGL that can lead them properly, because last season they don't have those well experienced players to lead them, and Traxy is actually coming up from Trio Distro, which a different team from the PMNC, a tier 2 team, but they definitely played way longer for the PUBG mobile competitive. But we're gonna close up the day. I'm gonna just give it to the honors for Kundra.
Thank you so much, Choo Choo. And of course, with that, we would like to thank all of you who have been watching from start to the finish, or if you just joined us for today, you have been incredible. Make sure you follow PUBG Mobile Esports on all platforms to keep up to speed on what happens on the grand finals. So it's going to be same time, same place, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we'll see who will be crowned as the next champions. It's been an honor, Choo Choo. I'm glad to be casting with you, and I'm hoping to do this next time around. Till then, have a good night. We'll see you for the grand finals.